Good morning, dear colleagues. It's a pleasure for me to have this opportunity to meet with all of you and to talk all of this through, even though we're not all present in the same room. In the last couple of years, we've faced with completely different challenges, from this very drastic fall till the shortages. We've seen enormous prices for oil and gas. We faced the need to organize somehow the production and our enterprise working in the pandemics. And in the last times, we've also seen this decarbonization trend. So business as usual is almost impossible these days. So we can't actually keep working as we used to do several years ago. We have to be reactive, and the speed that is required from us makes it impossible to use past methods of management. Several years ago, we started answering this challenge through digitalization, digital transformation, and that was the perfect time. Using the Gazprom Neft experience, I can assure you, without those digital instruments that we managed to implement, I doubt we would be able to survive the pandemics and overcome those couple of years. Many of us are now working on long-term planning, and we have this enormous responsibility. All the projects that we are launching, that we are drafting, behind those, we have many hours of work of thousands of people. We're talking about enormous resources, and the question is how we can make this work for many years ahead, how we can support the demand so that all those efforts wouldn't be put there in vain. We're talking about several decades of time, and we can be sure that in several decades the world energy system, the world energy mix will be completely different. It won't be as we have it today. But on one hand, that's on one hand. On the other hand, we do not have this time to sit there still and wait for everything to become clear again. We have to start acting. The energy is needed right now, especially as we've seen it in the news of the last days. So what I suggest that we do is to share experiences, examples of how we're changing our work, how we use those digital instruments and big data, how are we preparing for this transition. There is a lot to talk about, I'm quite convinced. Now I'd like to give the floor to Oleg Aksutin, Deputy Chairman of the Management of the Board, Gazprom Company. Mr. Aksutin, please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, thank you for moderating. You are very active. I would like to also present Mr. Moderator, Mr. Vakolenko, the head of Innovation Department of Gazprom Neft. A warm welcome to all our participants from abroad who could not make it here for different reasons, Tilo and Johan. A warm welcome to you, and I'm happy to see you here, even though through such video conference, because we meet face to face still with our Russian colleagues when it's possible, but it's harder for us to meet each other when you're abroad. Today, we will speak about digital transformation and the role it plays in the performance of our companies, in the implementation of our projects. We will discuss the role that it's becoming intrinsic these days for all of our processes, and we will, I think, cover all the new possibilities that this new approach is providing. These days, in the exploration and production of gas at each stage of development, we see a permanent complication of the structure of reserves. The accessibility is decreasing, and we see the increasing of labor intensity of extraction of hydrocarbons. This easily available gas era is coming to an end, if not finished already. We see how new technologies are being actively developed, and thanks to those new technologies, we can still extract and produce from such complex fields of eastern Siberia, from the Yamal Peninsula, Russian Federation shelf areas, Also, let's not forget such hard-to-recover areas that Turonian, Achimov, and Jurassic deposits of the existing fields in the Nadim Portas region, which is very interesting per se because we do already have infrastructure and all the prerequisites for economically efficient development of those fields. We have always regarded digital technologies as one of the main tools to improve the efficiency of business process. At present, digital technologies contribute to the most efficient development of Gazprom's mineral resource base. On one hand, we do have many years of...
Хорошо. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста.
All right, next slide, please.
Так, переводчики у нас успевают, все нормально.
Do we have interpretation working? Yes, it is all good.
С одной стороны, мы...
On one hand, we do have many years of positive experience in creating and effectively applying digital models to support our decision-making during exploration, prospecting, development, and operation of our fields. The digital solutions above mentioned have been developed both in-house and together with leading IT companies. We use those digital tools in both strategic and operational decision-making. I have to mention that Gazprom uses an integrated approach in the preparation of new assets for commercial development. This new approach is based on end-to-end interaction during fieldwork with digital decision-making tools. Thanks to that, we have the whole set of digital models of the field, from seismic to economic model. The use of this approach contributes to better quality of management and decision-making in the investment cycles. You can see on the slide the system of models and tools that we are using at the stage of exploration works, at the stage of design and development of fields, as well as during support, follow-up and designer supervision of field development. I would like also to mention that currently the stage of the development of IT technologies and the general digital transition opportunities is closely monitored by the company. And within the company, there is a whole program that's being implemented. These days, the company is using the approved concept of digital twin technology. We're using that one within the unified information space of Gazprom Group. What is this concept about? Well, it proposes the implementation of a single, integrated and continuously updated 6-layer field model that includes regulatory and reference information, design and estimate documentation in electronic form, a graphical layer of object representation, also engineering data, mathematical models, and, of course, online data obtained from control and measurement facilities, from telemechanics on the well and gas field process control systems. This digital twin concept can be, in general terms, split into two different areas. Partially, it's already developed, and what we are doing is now digitizing the objects that are now in operation. This approach is very efficient, though it does give us a lot of efficiency, but at the same time still requires a lot of work. So from the point of view of the strategy, this approach at the very early stage of operation and development is a priority for us. Then the twin is being filled with the information, with the result of the studies, surveys, and project documentation. The use of this concept from the very beginning of the exploration, from the early stage, it will improve the efficiency from our point of view. It will improve the efficiency of the whole use of resources from the exploration stage to the whole decommissioning. So what I'm trying to say is that digital twin should develop and should keep growing along with the physical asset. The use of this integrated modeling at the different stages of the field development contributes to the formation of a qualitative basis for the transition to the investment phase. At the stage of development design, we use new approaches to engineering data flow management, and we get digital documentation of a completely different level. This kind of approach find, gives us an opportunity to not only find discrepancy but work on different variabilities of geological and technical solutions. This kind of approach to project documentation allows us first to provide better objective control over the whole process of construction because we have more data and we have the ability to analyze them in near real time. And on the other hand, it creates the whole foundation for filling it with live data at the next stages. So this twin is growing along with the development of the field. The algorithms and mathematical models that are there inside the digital twin, they use online data about the current state and they help to predict the behavior of the facility in various operational models, which in its turn helps us to improve plant performance and reduce operating costs. If we're talking about producing assets, well, we're convinced that the digital twin of the field should be created as a single object for management that would include surface and underground parts. Considering all the above mentioned, the creation of this unified corporate digital platform for online modeling, according to the modern IT model platform as a service, is very important. There is, well, a lot of rationale to build the system based on this one-stop shop principle, single window principles, with a corporate repository of industry mathematical models and algorithms. Using such service, it is possible to develop a digital twin of a field as a single management object, and there will be surface and underground parts. At the same time, these end-to-end digital technologies, such as artificial intelligence, for example, can be effectively used, for example, to elaborate plans for the development, modernization, and reconstruction of gas production facilities of our unified gas supply system. Also, we can use that for better management of production and technological complexes. Given the whole complexity of this task, and it's really very ambitious and complicated, we are very happy to have those technologies because they will allow us to work through a greater number of possible options in a shorter time frame. The creation of such large models using AI technologies is already happening at our research institutes. At the same time, it is quite important to ensure that the necessary online data for the efficient operation of the platform is being collected. That's another specific goal for us. It's a very complicated one, and the modern technological complexes are almost 100% automated, and what we have now makes it possible for us to collect a lot of information. The complexes that we used to have before would only give us the initial information, which is also very important, but that's one of our goals today. We understand that we cannot globally automate everything 100%, but still we have to automate like the default minimum of it. And we're working on it. Just recently, about a month ago, Gazprom launched the Well Construction Center. It's there to online monitor and improve drilling efficiency. This is one of the most, capital-intensive processes in field defensive. It's not only about money, it's also about responsibility, because the whole efficiency of the field depends from the very first stage of drilling. That's why this is one of the first centers built by Gazprom company. Economic and mathematical modeling of investment at Gazprom is used to develop draft investment programs for the gas, oil, and electricity businesses. The models include capacity commissioning volumes, all the relevant limits for capital and long-term financial investments, as well as investments in the acquisition of non-current assets. Gazprom's planning is generally based on a system of strategic targets. Those are balanced by type of activity and quantitatively define the Gazprom's objectives for achieving strategic goals. These indicators are also considered while we model our investment strategy. Based on the results of the economic and mathematical modeling, we define priority areas and objects for investment. It's worth mentioning that those strategic indicators are approved at the board of directors levels. Those are obligatory to be implemented, and the control is there very tough. Those are controlled by the board of director, and the deadlines are always met. In conclusion, I would like to say that, as per today, the company sees that there are a lot of room for improvement of the efficiency of its oil and gas investment projects. We can improve digital value chain modeling technologies for gas production assets, and we can improve the way we use those in investment planning. We will actively keep developing digital twin technologies, and such work is already happening. We've planned it for a number of hydrocarbon fields. We plan to integrate those new initiatives into a new corporate digital modeling platform. The components and modules should be eventually combined into a unified technical and economic model of the company, Gazprom's Group Digital Twin. That platform, above mentioned, should become the foundation for the further corporate management decision support system. These ideas and plans are embedded in Gazprom's digital transformation strategy. Dear colleagues, I hope that all the presentations that we will hear today will cover this topic even in more details, and that would be very interesting for me to listen to the opinions of my colleagues, and I can't wait to listen to the conclusions at the end of this discussion. Thank you.
Я бы хотел задать... Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Aksutin. I have a couple of questions to Mr. Tilo Wieland, member of the board, Wintershall-Dea. So, Mr. Wieland, Germany is it's a transition company, right? So the energy transition is the main characteristics for Germany, as Sputnik was used to be for Soviet Union. So the majority of people believe that Germany is about sun and wind, but we know that the International Energy Agency states that without capturing technologies, we will never come to net zero. And there are, for example, areas where we will never strive without, fossil fuels. The electricity only will never make it to the efficiency. Wintershall-Dea currently is extracting oil and gas. That's the main activity, and you're working including in Russia. And I wonder how your company is achieving all those decarbonization goals. What is your future projects, please?
Yeah, thanks a lot for that interesting introduction, Mr. Vakulenko. But first of all, I would like to say good morning to all the colleagues. I'm very happy that we have actually the chance, at least virtually, to see each other and to discuss the way forward for our industry, which is a very interesting period in time that we all share together. So therefore, very good to see you all, especially also seeing you, Alec. I would have preferred to do that in person, but circumstances did not allow. Before I come to my presentation, maybe just briefly to your question, Mr. Vakulenko. Yes, we in Germany, we do have quite some experience with the energy transition, where we, at the end of the 90s, actually decided to have a preferred treatment of renewables. And have by that increased substantially the share of renewables, especially in the electricity sector. But at the same time, we have to acknowledge that we did not actually reduce the emissions to the extent that we wanted to achieve, as by the prices that were applicable. Also, coal stayed in the market for quite some time. So I think there's one main learning from our experience from the end of the 90s, beginning of the 2000s, and that is actually being technology open and not decide just for one technology for ideological reasons, but being technology open and trying to achieve the best results for the emissions. Therefore, I'm also concentrating today in my presentation on how do we actually balance the ever-growing demand for energy, and that we need to achieve that with less emissions. Next slide, please. The energy transition to a low carbon economy has already commenced. And according to the International Energy Agency, a growing global population and rising living standards worldwide continue actually to drive energy demand growth. Energy demand increased by almost 50% between 2000 and 2019, and particularly in the developing world. And we believe this strong and long-lasting trend is set to continue despite progress on energy efficiency. Historically, growing energy demand has led to growing emissions, which in turn led to climate change. Breaking this cycle is actually the key challenge for all players in the energy transition, to which we all here around the table are actually part of. Natural gas and renewable energy have enjoyed the largest growth in consumption in the last decade. And yet, against the backdrop of growth in overall energy demand, production of carbon-intensive coal and oil have both continued to increase. That's what I just meant, what we also experienced, especially in Germany. Greenhouse gas emissions have grown by almost 40% since the year 2000 to about 47 billion tons in 2019. The remainder is provided by energy that has very low CO2 emissions, such as nuclear, hydro, and water, and renewables, but also traditional biomass. And despite their rapid growth, modern renewables such as wind and solar still represent only a small fraction of global primary energy supply. Therefore, the ability of producers to continue providing access to reliable and affordable energy will continue to underpin the long-term growth of the global economy and the rising living standards that many people enjoy around the world. This is why we expect further growth in energy demand. Substantial changes in the energy mix are expected to continue towards a low carbon future. Next slide, please. We at Wintershall have therefore given ourselves ambitious targets for the coming years. Yeah? We believe that the energy transition is at the core of what we actually do. And therefore, we have for ourselves set a target to be net zero with respect to our emissions by 2030. And that includes Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions for both own operated projects, but also third-party operated projects. We strive to have a methane intensity of 0.1% by 2025 already. We do maintain our policy that we had already of zero flaring in continuous operations. And we do reduce actually the carbon intensity in overall of our portfolio. These are the targets that we have set ourselves and which we will also monitor. We have started to report on these and we will monitor that also in the future. Next slide, please. How do we want to achieve that? There are actually 4 pillars for us how we are about to achieve that. The first one is our existing portfolio. We have the chance actually to take active measures by investments and divestments to have a portfolio with less emissions. And we are already a company with about 70% of gas projects and only the remainder being oil projects. And we will also in the future prioritize gas and gas condensate development projects, and especially in Russia. I mean, we are very successful with our projects, Achimgaz, Achim Development, Severneftegazprom, and we are also actively looking for new business opportunities there. So active management of the portfolio is the first one. The second one is the management of the existing portfolio. That is about efficiencies. So how can we increase the energy efficiency in our operations? How can we lower emissions? For instance, for gas compression units that we have, but also how can we make use of renewables power supply, what we have done in other areas. So that is with the existing assets that we have, making them more efficient. The third pillar is, because we will not be able with the first 2 pillars to achieve our target, that also offsetting activities will be needed in the future. And the offsetting activities will include activities like reforestation in certain areas in order to, again, capture the carbon dioxide that is actually emitted. And the fourth pillar is the technology pillar. I do truly believe that we as an industry need to find new technologies. We need to apply our technologies in a more efficient way and need to be part of that technological path that we see for the future. And there we in Wintershall Dea have actually created a dedicated unit that takes care of carbon capture and storage and hydrogen, but is also open and keeps an eye on activities that might be needed for the way forward. Next slide, please. And you can skip the one and can go directly to the next slide. And I would like to share with you one example where we as Wintershall Dea are currently active. That is actually the project GreenSend, which was initiated in June 2021 and has been also granted respective EU funding since they have taken a look at the feasibility studies that we have. The aim actually of that project is to have a full value chain for carbon capture storage in Denmark by 2025. And our project focuses actually on the offshore transportation and storage. And we do collaborate with partners who then focus on the onshore capture, transportation, and port bunkering. And you see on the slide the graphic what is actually planned. All offshore transportation of CO2 will be handled by ship and will then be injected via the offshore wellhead platform that is an existing one. The CO2 will be stored in the depleted oil and gas field at the depth of about 1,500 meters beneath the seabed. And the good thing is that we will make use of existing infrastructure, which we can repurpose from the oil and gas production to the CO2 injection. And hereby we actually give a second life to the infrastructure within the energy transition. And I think that is also from a sustainability point of view, a favorable approach to make best use of our investments of the past. The field that we talk about has more than 20 years of data collected from the oil and gas production, which means that we actually have a very good picture of the behavior of the field and know very well the subsurface structures and how that field actually behaves. And all this data are used for qualifying also the reservoir for CO2 storage. And here also the point that Alec has mentioned, big data management and how we do that in the future. I think that is also something for these new projects where we need to apply all the knowledge that we have, including knowledge of digital twins. The first phase will with the Nini West platform, which is part of the Siri area currently operated by Ineos Denmark, with an expected storage capacity of 500,000 tons of CO2 per year by 2025. And that will be scaled up in the years afterwards to about 3.5 to 4 million tons of CO2 per year. Just to mention two of the milestones that we have actually met. One is that funding was granted since the feasibility study that we handed in has been validated. We kicked that study off on the 26th of June and do that together with our project partners that I mentioned before, which are Ineos and Maersk. And also important, the asset as such, the subsea reservoir, was actually confirmed feasible for the CO2 injection by an independent certification performed by DNV-GL, and that has also been accepted by the Danish authorities. And with that certificate of conformity, site feasibility, that's the official phrase, DNV-GL has actually confirmed that the reservoir is conceptually suitable for geological storage of CO2 and thereby suitable for further qualification according to the ISO standards. And therefore, we have actually the proof that we can make best use of that asset and of that facility for CO2 capture. I think it's a good example for, first of all, a project organization that we are used to in the oil and gas industry, working in partnerships, working in consortia, making best use of the skills that we have onshore and partnering with the right parties there, but also making use of our knowledge and our infrastructure that we have built up over the last decades. Next slide, please. And here is a quick overview, and I don't want to go into details. You can read that. Here you see that we have a tangible schedule that we want to follow to make that project successful. The first steps I have described a bit more in detail. That's the screening and appraisal phase that you see. And then we are actually already, so to say, in the pilot phase and want to inject the first 500,000 tons of CO2 already in 2023, and we are working towards that objective. And you see to the right-hand side what kind of measures are actually needed to find that. Next slide, please. For us in Wintershaldea, that means actually three things. First of all, we are really fully committed to the energy transition and fully committed to the targets that we have set to ourselves. Second, we do have a very, very long track record and partnership in Russia and with Gazprom, and we do believe that partnership will be crucial, also forward-looking, and has lots of opportunities for us to work together in the years ahead. Lots of opportunities in our Russian projects. And the third one is also that any experience that we make in other projects abroad, and I think that's crucial for the energy transition, and that's crucial for our industry. All these experience we are very happy to share also with our project partners in other projects. For instance, in Russia, where we are already in projects trying to identify the potential, for instance, for carbon capture storage or other efficiency measures. So therefore, the exchange of thoughts, and therefore the meeting today is also so important. Exchange of thoughts is even more important for the energy transition, which will be an interesting and challenging and really exciting journey that we are all in the coming decades. Thank you very much.
Vielen Dank, Herr Fjelland. Да, коллеги, мы начали немножко позже.
Dear colleagues, we started a little bit later, so I would like to ask you to be quite brief, and maybe in some cases I will ask you to hurry up. And now I would like to hand over to Mr. Turin, Director General of Gazprom Invest. Could you please tell us, Mr. Turin, about the ongoing projects which are being implemented right now and what problems you have to solve? Thank you very much, dear colleagues, dear partners. First of all, I'd like to greet you all at St. Petersburg International Gas Forum. Here we are in St. Petersburg. We are all in different places right now due to the current pandemic. However, we are all convinced that in the future we will be able to organize our meetings offline and online. Today, in different scenarios for the development of the world for the next dozens of years, natural gas is seen as the main source for energy transition, and it also is an eco-friendly source of energy and fuel. Recently, we have all observed that the volatility at energy market has been high. So for Gazprom Invest company, the task is set to more actively develop new projects, projects on production, storage, and refinery of natural gas. Speaking about the portfolio of the company's projects, we can say that there are a lot of large and interesting projects. Today, they are characterized with a unique volume of investment, up to 1 trillion rubles per year. It's also characterized by high level of technological and geological uncertainties. And of course, the world is characterized today by, and our portfolio is characterized by unique production of hydrocarbons. Let me speak about some projects that we are going to start after 2025. Krusenstern field, Tandbay field, Maliginskoye field, the eastern part of Astrakhan gas condensate field, offshore Kirinskoye and South Kirinskoye fields on Sakhalin, offshore field, northern Kamenamyskoye field in the Ob Bay. And also a number of other projects that are going to be developed in the future. In order to achieve the tasks set, there is no doubt that we need new instruments. My colleagues have already spoken about it. Namely, I'm speaking about technological development, technological advance, import substitution, and so on. Without best practices of project management of such large investment programs, we would not be able to achieve the goals that we have set. Today, we are founding, establishing project offices and form professional teams that operate on our investment projects. In addition to that, we, together with you, check various types of partnerships, and we are searching for synergy in order to improve the value of the project. We are open for cooperation. I am absolutely convinced that during the discussions at this forum, we will see and we will understand the trends and plans of our companies. We will also set the ways to cooperate in the future. We will share the best practices related to the implementation of large projects. And now, in conclusion, just to wrap up, I would like to wish you a fruitful and exciting work at the forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Turin. Now I'd like to give the floor for a welcoming address to Mr. Johan Kleininger, member of the board and managing director of our Exploration Production GmbH. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen, I thank our hosts and organizers for this great industry event. We have all been looking forward to this platform for dialogue. This event takes place at the most decisive moment, with truly new challenges for the global energy sector. We are embracing an area of change on multiple levels. Also from my side, I would like to welcome all of you and wish you interesting and fruitful discussions, innovative ideas and practical solutions that will further contribute to success of oil and gas projects and make the investments more efficient. Investments based on scientific and technical collaboration is key to successful investments. And this conference is a great platform for sharing knowledge and experience gained from different projects, discuss non-standard approaches and find effective solutions. I think a further development of oil and gas projects in Russia and worldwide should be largely based on global knowledge. Greater use of digital technologies and applications of cost-efficient and environmentally safe practices. And all these principles are being successfully implemented through scientific and technical collaboration between OMV and Gazprom, which has been initiated in 2016 and extended for another 5 years in 2021. I'm proud of this joint initiative, and I sincerely thank Oleg Aksiutin for his personal commitment to this crucial element of the wide and highly successful cooperation and partnership between OMV and Gazprom. Over the years, more than 300 colleagues from upstream and downstream of OMV and Gazprom worked on various topics in the 6 different work groups. The topics covered all areas, starting with drilling of wells, oil and gas production, the transport of gas, processing of oil and gas, marketing, up to environmental protection. I would like to give you some highlights of scientific collaboration between Gazprom and OMV. By introducing the approach to analyze the drilling data, we have managed to reduce the drilling time of Yuzhno-Russkoye Doron drilling campaign from 30 days in phase 1 to 20 days in phase 2. By sharing knowledge on enhanced oil recovery technologies, we have successfully exchanged alkali polymer flooding data, completed joint program of lab studies involving water flooding on core samples, and selected optimal reagents for the pilot project at the Matzen field in Austria. Through corrosion monitoring studies, we have successfully carried out comparative tests of corrosion inhibitors and improved anti-corrosion protection. We have researched into remediation technologies and biological methods for contaminated land areas and have successfully tested them in Austria. Ladies and gentlemen, these are just a few examples for our collaboration areas. For the next 5 years, the scientific and technical program will focus on development of new directions such as digitalization and hydrogen energy. The work will be organized in 7 groups and will include efficient drilling technologies, improvement of oil and gas production technologies, energy market prospect studies, energy saving and environmental protection, R&D and innovations. Given the current advances in science and technology, I believe that effective collaboration with other market players will maximize and ensure value for both parties. I'm entirely convinced that the various corporations and projects with our Russian partners will greatly contribute to what matters for a sustainable future with lower CO2 emissions and ensuring energy supply security. With that, I see an increasing demand for natural gas as coal, sadly on the path of renaissance, which right now shall phase out. I have no doubt about that. And this, you can see, this was also confirmed by the new OPEC World Oil Outlook until 2045. OMV is very, very much appreciating the trustful partnership with Gazprom. Dear Oleg, I'm looking forward to continuing this partnership with you in all fields of mutual interests. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by wishing you interesting and fruitful discussions during this conference and a successful outcome. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Pleringer. И теперь позвольте представить вам Всеволода Владимировича Черепанова.
Now I'd like to introduce Всеволод Cherepanov, Director General of Gazprom Nedra Company.
Пожалуйста, о вашей компании, о новых
Will you please tell us about your company, about some new developments and plans for the future?
Уважаемые друзья, уважаемые партнеры, коллеги.
Good morning, dear partners, dear colleagues, dear friends. I would tell you very briefly about my company, but as I see this company is organized, where I'm mostly talking about decarbonization and energy transition.
зеленой политики и так далее.
Everyone these days is talking about the green policy and things like that.
Немножко бы я рассказал о нашей компании. Мне
I
показалось,
have something to tell you about our company through this lens as well. I remember
нашей компании
at some point our company was very
создание не так велико, всего лишь 2,5
very,
она была создана.
in my opinion, specifically was compared to such a green company. It's quite a young one, and now we are among many other companies with way longer history and way longer standing traditions. These days, Gazprom Nedra company is part of a larger investment and forecasting block. Though, despite that, our company is a very unique platform for
Представляем весь спектр
the development and for industrial solutions. What we provide is the whole spectrum of geological and geophysical services.
геофизических услуг.
We cover all the portfolio, including some of very unique geological and exploration and geophysical services. We're the largest company on our market. The experts and specialists estimate that we are number one by volumes and quality of projects implemented. The monetary value here is a bit lower, but that's what efficiency is about.
Ну, конечно,
What else is there to say?
демонстрирует то, что он способен трансформироваться. Вот
Gazprom is proving again and again that it is able to transform. We can see that transformation quite clearly within the company.
компания состоит из двух блоков. Это блок геологоразведки,
The company is comprised of two blocks: oil and gas exploration and
да, в результате
geophysical block.
такой, ну, мы немножко поспешили вперед в презентации, но в результате такой трансформации вот,
After this transformation and this division into two blocks,
того, чтобы на раннем этапе
we've built
создавать
everything we need to develop special values, very specific values at the very beginning of every project.
развиваться.
Now we have a foundation for further development of Gazprom. We are working at this very early stage, and our goal is to build
Новость на этом заделе демонстрировала свои
the foundation for the company so that it would be able to demonstrate how efficient it is.
направления, в котором мы развиваемся. Это не только традиционные
What you can see on the slide that is that we're not only working on traditional areas, whaling, seismic tomography, geophysics. We were also in the modern market as well. We are moving towards digitalization. We are moving towards modeling.
возможностью не только архивации накопленных данных, а
Now we can not only archive the accumulated data, but
жизненного цикла
using that data on every life stage of the deposit, from exploration to the preparation for the
этапе уже
decommissioning.
объекта.
So from the very beginning till the very end, by that moment, we are now preparing to be able to do that as well.
Да, ну, большое количество лет осваивать месторождение.
Gazprom has been in the market for many years already and has been exploring and extracting from some fields for a lot of time already. We know that some of the
И разработки.
deposits and some of the fields are already almost coming to an end, so we will still need to put some efforts to
Оставить после себя
compensation and to decommissioning of the field.
рекультивированное пространство.
The least thing we can do is to leave there a recultivated space.
Развитие своей компании
Where does the company go now from the point of view of development?
компетенций для того, чтобы эти компетенции могли
We're trying to develop basic competences.
формировать и совмещать с теми компетенциями, которые
These competences then would be transformed and combined with the ones that exist in investment and forecasting block. We participate in at every stage of exploration and development of the field. At the now we're at the stage of the creation of Center for Well construction. That's a very unique institution that is servicing all the fields. The next stage will be the Geophysical Monitoring Center. We are always moving forward, and that is why there is a lot of success ahead for our company.
Так же, как и головная компания,
All in all, together with the main company, with the big Gazprom, and as well as the big Gazprom, we're trying to be as efficient as possible.
ну, можно сказать, общеотраслевым. Вопросы энергоэффективности.
We share the same values: energy efficiency, protection of the environment,
Трансформации различного рода, особенно
transformation, especially the digital transformation. These are our key priorities.
в этом плане компания готова предоставлять
The company is willing and ready to share its knowledge and experience, not only within the Gazprom Group, but with the representatives of the industry as well.
Поэтому, уважаемые коллеги,
So, dear colleagues, dear partners,
я хотел бы еще раз сказать спасибо и
once again, let me thank you.
сказать о нашей компании.
Thank you for giving me the floor to share with you some information about our company. And also, I'd like to use this opportunity to invite you to a dialogue with
Только совместно
our company. Let's stay in touch, because I'm convinced only joint transformation will make it possible to implement all the projects and reach all the goals.
коллеги Евгений,
I join my colleagues here, and I wish all of you and all of us fruitful work
хороших встреч на
and, well, interesting meetings here at the 10th anniversary St. Petersburg Gas Forum. Thank you very much.
Я рад видеть здесь наших
It's a pleasure for me to see here our colleague from Irkutsk Oil and Gas Company, Chief Geologist Dmitry Bordakov. Dmitry, the story of your company is a success story. It's like you went out there in the middle of nowhere and you built there a very modern, outstanding, and competent company. I know that many people don't know how big you are. That's a shame. We will improve that now. But we know that you are a young company, and as everyone knows, young companies are more eager to use new technologies. I wonder if you use traditional approach to to field exploration and development, or you have some very unique modern approaches. If any, please share with us.
У вас микрофон, да.
Микрофон включен?
Да.
Yes, you can hear me now.
Спасибо, Сергей Владимирович.
Thank you.
Я приветствую других участников форума.
I am glad to see all the participants of the forum.
Нефтяная компания уделяет применению новых технологий в разработке.
That is true. A lot of attention in our company is paid to the
Применении методов увеличения
development of new fields, and we work a lot on oil recovery enhancement methods as well.
новым технологиям.
All in all, we're working within the decarbonization strategy.
Углеводородные ресурсы.
To be efficient, we use the current hydrocarbon resources, the one that exists.
Нефтяная компания
For the last 5 years, Irkutsk Oil Company is producing about 9 million tons per year. That would depend on the quotas, actually.
эта добыча нефти позволила
Those extraction levels allowed to invest in gas projects as well, in gas processing projects, and in other new technologies and new projects.
Следующий слайд, пожалуйста.
Next slide, please.
Свою деятельность компания ведет.
The company is operating in 3 main areas.
Это Красноярский край.
Krasnoyarsk region,
преимущественно поиск и разведка.
That is where we're exploring mostly. Also, we have already open fields.
Северный блок, который
There is this northern block. It's more to the northern part of Yakutia.
находится на стадии опытной эксплуатации.
The fields there are more or less in pilot operation,
Открытые месторождения.
and also there is some
Южный блок
additional exploration there. And we have a southern block, Irkutsk region. That is where the main extraction of oil and gas is happening for our company.
при действии сайклинг проектов.
Well, as for gas, we use cycling projects there.
Продукты это
Commercial projects, propane, butane, gas condensate.
по продуктопроводу в
After manufacturing, we use the Uskut
терминал
local pipeline to deliver that to the local end users.
сейчас строится.
Around this very town, Uskut, we are now building an Irkutsk polymer factory where we will produce polyethylene.
Ну, здесь на фотографии вы можете видеть
At this slide, you can see the current status. That's how the construction site is looking right now.
тоннажного оборудования,
They are now building up there the large tonnage equipment.
а также другие.
That is a large investment project, to be honest, and that is not the only one. There are other projects related to extraction and processing of gas. Those projects are only possible, are only happening because of the large volumes of production and because of good quality of that gas. That's a very rich in components gas, propane, butane, a lot of components that could be used
Мы планируем.
to manufacture the whole portfolio that we are planning to sell.
Нет возможности транспорта газа.
As there is no opportunity to use
Также водогазового воздействия
large pipelines to transport the gas, we use cycling processes, and we also use different instruments to enhance oil recovery and to, well, improve the oil recovery index.
обеспечивает
Proper management
производство.
with all those instruments combined allows us to reach all the goals
Возвращаясь к
as
вашему
per volume production. Coming back to your question,
стандартных или нестандартных подходов к разработке.
the question was whether we use traditional or non-traditional exploration approaches. Here you can see the scheme of the traditional exploration approach. We extract gas, and then after gas treatment unit, we receive it at the preparation facility, and then dry strip gas is then supplied to the cycling. We have another element. We have
Заканчивается
compression
сайклинг,
and compression element, and then directly from there the gas goes to cycling projects.
газ как сухой, так и жидкий.
And then we have the striping part. So dry striped gas as well as liquid gas is then injected into the
Существенно повышается нефтеотдача. Давайте тогда пропустим.
oil formations. All right, I'm gonna skip the next 3 slides and I will proceed with this one.
Еще один слайд.
Another one.
Да. Здесь приведена схема
You
расположения.
can see here the map with the location of the current project. Cycling project is now being implemented on the main asset of the company. The first stage is happening right here before the oil stage.
Далее... Нет, слишком. Предыдущий
That is too much. Can you go back one?
слайд. Да.
Another one?
Далее вводится еще 2 этапа водогазового воздействия.
2 other stages of water gas stimulation or formation are added here. And after 2 stages of WAG, we will have about 17 million cubic meters of gas injected. And that would be one of the world largest projects of water alternating gas injection. And of course, again, I repeat, we have those cycling projects at the main field and satellite fields that are surrounding that one.
Да. Таким образом,
And now conclusions.
используя современной технологии разработки месторождений
Thanks to modern exploration and development technologies, we now have this ability to enhance oil recovery and hydrocarbon recovery. We are most efficient in the extraction of hydrocarbons of all the fields that we are working on. As well as the director is directing the musicians at the orchestra, we believe that our engineers and our geologists are equally smart at directing the flows of raw materials and the
полно загружать
injection agents that we actually use to
нефтеконденсатоотдачу,
increase the capacity to 100% and to increase the recovery and avoid actually flaring of gas. That would be it. Thank you very much.
Большое спасибо.
Thank you. It was highly interesting.
Я бы хотел предоставить слово для
I'd like to hand over to Nebojshi Yankovic, the chairman of the Group of Companies Committee. Please share your welcome remarks. Dear colleagues, dear friends, on behalf of Committee Group of Companies, I am pleased to welcome you to this Scientific and Practical International Conference held within the framework of the 10th anniversary St. Petersburg International Gas Forum. We live in an interesting time when innovations often outpace the very idea of innovations and their scientific substantiation. Development of information technologies and growth of data volumes are a vivid example of rapid changes which require rethinking management paradigms. No wonder that at the beginning of the 20th century, Russian thinker and encyclopedic scientist Alexander Bogdanov, in his famous work Techtology or the Universal Organizational Science, directly pointed out that the efficiency of management for any activity is determined by the constructive use of information and the object of management. At that time, the information was considered to be a static entity, but in our time, the information became a dynamic factor that directly changes the behavior of people, teams, industries, and economies, society as a whole. Whether we like it or not, the increase in convergence and alignment of human and technologies capabilities based on information technologies is like a hurricane rushing into our everyday lives. It forms whole ecosystems and makes the unthinkable real. Strategic decisions now made in the field of digitalization will determine the basis for organizing the activities of corporations for years, if not decades to come. Today, Committee Group is going to present a report on creation of the informational platform for circulation of geological and geophysical and field data, digital ecosystem which will be able to integrate and provide reliable up-to-date data about the characteristics of management facilities, about the fields, their specific reservoirs and fields, and plans and results of exploration works and field development, as well as production performance of hydrocarbon reserves. The use of such information resource can significantly improve the efficiency of production and management of prospecting, exploration, development of oil and gas fields, significantly reduce transaction costs for obtaining information and information uncertainty in making responsible decisions. Due to the implementation of this solution, it will be possible to compare and analyze data for all geological assets. It's important that the proposed approach can only be implemented on relatively appeared infrastructural solutions from leading IT companies. Once again, I would like to welcome all the experts gathered here and wish you successful work at the conference. Thank you.
Большое спасибо.
Thank you. And now I would like to give the mic to Denis Sugaipov from Gazprom Digital Systems. The development of technologies led to the appearance of comprehensive systems that bring together people, information, and different units together. You are one of the key experts who implement such solutions in large companies, focusing on the management of large projects. Could you please tell us about your current activity, about the results you have achieved, and the tasks you have set for the future? Thank you very much, dear colleagues. I'm happy to greet you at our forum. And now, answering your question, I can tell you that the digital transformation in the investment block of Gazprom is aligned with the transformation processes
процессной модели в проектную.
We go from process model to project model. We currently live in the matrix system of project management, and we use digital instruments that help us find our way in huge database. We have more than 800 investment projects, 25 large project offices. We have huge amount of information, so it's necessary to manage the information as quickly as possible, and that creates efficiency of management and investment activity as a whole. Now, continuing the presentation by Oleg Yevgenyevich, I'd like to tell you that today I'd like to speak about digital twins and engineering modules for conceptual calculations. And I'll speak also about the creation of management centers where the solutions can be prepared, which are then timely implemented and approved at the management level. So I would like to show you this slide. This is world experience of the management center creation. All of them can be divided into two parts: analytical centers and operational centers. The digitalization effect can be reached thanks to shorter implementation of investment projects. Usually it's about 20 or 40%, or you can do it if you decrease the amount of investment, and it's about 10 or 20%. But in order to achieve the highest level of such ranges, the ability to do it depends on comprehensive changes. When the transformation happens at the level of processes, communication, and behavior of people, that is a good prerequisite to successfully implement digital tools to receive the better efficiency of investment activity. Analytical centers get higher effects thanks to transparency, forecastability of project management, thanks to the fact that managerial solutions are prepared timely, and of course thanks to the analytics of big data. If you speak about operational centers, here the effects are reached thanks to the scale effect, thanks to the fact that you can extract high quality resources to make small amount of operations, and when you have a higher speed of operational solutions. In order to get the best effect possible, it's necessary to act at early stages of digital projects when you implement interdisciplinary entities which in the future will be the users of digital systems being implemented right now. It's important to understand that such entities should have KPIs aligned with the KPIs of the digital projects as they are. And now we implement the system of informational centers in order to manage investment activity of Gazprom. So here you can see 4 levels. The lowest one is about management of operations, the offices at the fields, and in the production facilities. Then there are the next level, our subsidiaries and project offices. If you go to the higher level, then here you can see the management of business entities, the management of functional centers, such as the center of well construction, the centers of Gazprom Invest, and the center of Gazprom design processes, the centers of geophysical information, and so on. So the efficiency of cooperation between different centers is the main criteria of success of the system. In this regard, it's important to collect and process all the information from the point of view of process management, project management, portfolio management, and business management as a whole. The key indicators related to the efficiency of the center are integration of digital instruments into one digital platform. And the next slide, I'd like to show you how we used digital instruments in the past. So in the past, it was all about manual integration of information coming from different information systems. So we created multidisciplinary groups, and it allowed us to prioritize our activity. It allowed us to better understand what systems have to be, so to say, abandoned, and what systems have to be developed and integrated between each other. Our task is to create an integrated informational platform where the information smoothly goes from one information system to another one. It is transferred without any obstacles. So we prioritized our information system, and now we have two phases for the development of it. As far as phase one is concerned, we have such parameters as costs, contracts, physical volumes of production, and so on. Some of the projects are tested with pilot tests. We use various applications. We try the products taken from the market. We develop them, and then we buy them and use them for our information system. Or we work in-house, making our own systems and then scaling them up, distributing them between our subsidiaries and offices. And now, to wrap up my presentation, I would like to express my gratitude to all of our companies which actively implement digital systems, which are currently involved in digital transformation, including various departments of our block, number 651, 646, and so on, and the main enterprises which are driving forces in the implementation of digital instruments. They are centers of transformation: Gazprom Invest, Gazprom Nedra, Gazprom Komplektatsiya, our partners from Gazprom Neft procurements. So Mr. Wieland was right to say that the development of digital communication skills is necessary, and we have to be technologically open. It's a prerequisite to be successful in digital transformation of the future. I wish you all success in your activity, and at the forum I will be happy to listen to your questions or proposals during the forum. Thank you. Thank you very much, Denis. Thank you very much, colleagues. I express my gratitude to you for your presentation. It was highly interesting for me to listen to you, and I'm sure that our viewers also enjoyed it. We gathered here together, partially virtually, partially offline. The tradition of our conference is that we provide our assistance to the orphan houses in St. Petersburg, so we are engaged in charity events. This year, the orphan houses received sports equipment, and I hope that we will continue this tradition, just like our tradition to come together at the conference each year. Thank you very much for your participation. See you next time. Goodbye. Dear colleagues, I would like to thank all of our speakers and our moderator, Sergey, for wonderful management of the plenary session of our conference. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, for being on time. And it's great that we managed to pass our message to the colleagues. Thank you very much. Thank you. Goodbye.
Добрый день, уважаемые дамы и господа.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear friends.
Международная конференция
We continue with our international conference.
в рамках инвестиционных проектов в разработке, в поиске
Here at this conference, we talk about gas and oil investment projects for hydrocarbon prospecting, exploration and development. This session is dedicated to innovative projects in
и применению.
prospecting, exploration and development of hydrocarbons. We also will be speaking about the way to scale up those technologies.
Сегодняшняя площадка, если вы возможность высказаться,
This site
такая, скажем, эксперт.
serves as a platform for expert opinions. We will have here an expert panel who will share their knowledge, their experience, and will tell about their successes within their competences and
Выступать сегодня.
their companies.
Мы отдаем приоритет в рамках этой сессии
Within this session,
геологоразведки и разработки месторождений. Вот
we prioritize the
подключены 8 докладчиков.
geological exploration.
Вот очень приятно, что у нас сегодня есть такая
We'll be talking about geosurveying and
очень широко
geological works. We have plenty of speakers here today, and I'm happy that this topic is being discussed online these days.
посмотреть это в любых режимах при подключении к нашей сессии.
We're online, we're broadcasting. You can watch this session however you like.
Выступлений наших коллег на площадках форума.
This is broadcasted online, I repeat, as well as other sessions from this forum.
Нашу отрасль.
So let us talk. What are the main challenges of this area?
Но в рамках
Any initiative is okay, but please stick to
на форуме
timing.
вот сегодняшнее наше выступление примерно 1 час.
We have 1 hour,
Каждое выступление не более 10 минут.
and every presentation not more than 10 minutes, please.
Буду поторапливать вас всех.
If you speak for too long, I will hurry you up.
Я хочу сейчас передать слово Севернефтегазпрому.
Now I'd like to give the floor to Severneftegazprom Chief Geologist, please, Mr. Vorobyov.
Пожалуйста,
The
Владислав,
floor is yours.
у вас тема «Современные подходы при освоении трудноизвлекаемых
So you're talking about modern approach to extract those hard to recover right at the Western Siberia.
Это передовая площадка.
We know that Severneftegazprom is an outstanding company in the HDR area. You have a lot of successes and we'll be happy to hear about them.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Компания «Севернефтегазпром» не только один из, но
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Good morning, rather. Our company is not only one of the main companies entering the big Gazprom, that is also a very prominent example of Russian and Austrian cooperation.
акционерами было принято решение
In 2010, shareholders made a decision to invest in possible opportunities, including into innovations,
трудноизвлекаемых запасов и выйти на
that would allow us to increase the volume of hard to recover.
залежи южно-русского нефтегазоконденсата.
Huronian deposits are the deposits that are hard to recover. We see those parts there with a lot of alluvialites and a lot of clay content that makes it really hard to make any pilot development and further hydraulic fracturing.
В 1959 году проведен широкий
In 2010, the Huronian deposits were found, and since then, a lot of work has been done to improve technological approaches to develop those.
на водной углеводородной основе.
We were different.
Строительство экспериментальных
We were using
системами двухзабойного заканчивания.
different technologies of hydraulic fracturing. Different ones with upcoming profiles, with multi-stage fracking technologies, for example. Thanks to those technologies, we made it in short time. And, large amounts of
Правильный подход к строительству скважин, грамотное управление и продуктивное сотрудничество всех участников процесса
proper approach And the inclusion of every participant in this integrated approach made it possible to extract even those hard to recover Turonian deposits. You can see at these slides that more than 20 engineering departments were optimally involved in the construction of the wells. Next slide. When the operational wells were being built, we used the existing online technologies. The control and analysis of welling process was happening with video fixation, video recording, and the real-time video recording through the Interact system was used. Well serving operation are also recorded and then sent to the geologist station. All the messengers that are there out in the market are also used during the operation. Thanks to those modern technologies, every engineer and every participant can easily and very quickly get access to all the data about the well development. There is no need to stop the whole operation, the welling process, for example. Geonavigation was also included in this process. The comprehensive approach to well construction is about preliminary planning and modeling, and based on that modeling, we developed an individual profile of every well. The profile is developed based on the data foundation, data that we obtained during the development and tests that we do there at the well. A lot of data is there to analyze, so that's the pre-exploration 3D tech modeling data. Different profiles and cuts, all of them very unique. All of them are very unique. That is why we have made a specific profile relevant for Turonian deposits. There were difficulties at the drilling process. You can read them here at this slide. The main difficulty was that we had a lot of the intervals between those dense deposits were very high, and actually there was a lateral lithological variability. What we also saw is the horizontal ruptures that were overlapping, and unfortunately that what made it very difficult. We worked on 95 upcoming drill holes, and we've made it to the hydraulic fracturing there. This very unique approach to the development of Turonian deposit is demonstrated over here. Geological and physical surveys were all made in these very hard conditions. Some of them were made already after the construction of the well was done. This well surveying complex made it possible that technological complex made it possible for us to very quickly analyze all the information that we needed. That ended up in obtaining all the goals that were set out at the planning stage. The modern technologies now make it all possible to understand every specific of the information of the data that we get. Next slide. Comprehensive approach used together by representatives of all the services from Gazprom, geonavigation, welling people. Thanks to that comprehensive approach, we managed to increase actually an effective drilling rate up to 12% in comparison with the planned one. And now we have these new tech limits. Altogether, we've set a number of records. including multi-stage fracking, for example. We've managed to pump up 150 tons of propane, and we also have set some tech records when we were building wells at an absolute frost conditions. To commission the well, we've also launched the whole comprehensive process to develop it. It included also different stages, thermodynamic, diagnostical staging of pressure build-up curve, and geological surveys. Plenty of work has been done there. A lot of work brought all together in order to commission the well. For example, in order to implement the geophysical surveys, we've used the multi-sensor equipment made both in Russia and abroad. Gazprom company is responsible for those surveys. And of course, now a couple of words to conclude. The what has been done. What has been done is just a demonstration that we can make it when we want to make it properly, and the comprehensive approach that includes the use of modern high-tech instruments makes it possible to recover even the hardest to recover deposit. Next slide. Since the moment of the discovery, we have a lot of experience of this kind of development. We've designed and successfully commissioned 100 wells for uranium deposits. There is now the whole process that optimizes the geonavigation and the drilling technologies. The main specifics of this process is integrated approach. So we at the same time control technological and geological risks and uncertainties. We've even overachieved the main indicators, and we've reached every geological objective that was there. Online technologies made it possible to control every stage of the construction of the well and to make it possible to make the decision. Thank you very much, colleagues. Stay healthy. Thank you, Mr. Vorobyov. That was very inspiring. You are pioneers. That's a perfect results. You were the first to make it. Really very hard object to work with, hard to recover deposits.
Блок, небольшая глубина, но те задачи, которые...
The depth is not very big one, right? Stratigraphy is not very complicated, but the conditions you worked at are really unique.
С зенитными углами,
I saw there are zenith angles, upcoming drill holes, boreholes, and of course your experience should be scaled up because, well, there will be a very high demand for that one at other hard-to-recover deposits. I know that many people are looking at you and trying to use your experience. Thank you for your information. That is a valuable one for everyone who knows how to listen and analyze. Now, I'd like to give the floor to our colleagues from Gazprom Nedra. Tatiana Skrynik, please, as well as Ekaterina Puzhanova.
Создание, развитие новых технологий.
They will talk about the creation and the development of new technologies in project management. Please, Tatiana will begin and Ekaterina will continue.
Спасибо, Всеволод Владимирович. Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good morning, dear colleagues. I'm happy to welcome all of you here at this 10th Anniversary International Gas Forum. Our presentation is prepared together with Gazprom
директор по развитию PMSoft.
Digital Technologies and with Ekaterina Puzhanova, PMSoft.
И в производство и развитие новых технологий на примере сервисных технологий.
We'll be talking about the development and launch of new technologies for project management. We suggest that this new technology can be used for new tech projects and for office management as well. At our presentation, we sum up the main challenges and goals that exist now in our sphere of industry. We provide examples of how it can be used. We also analyzed best international and experiences of management, and then we will try to trace some analogs of how we can use those. Colleagues will outline specific suggestions for further events and how we can use this project management method on those tech projects that already exist and are being implemented. Now, I'd like to give the floor to my colleague, Ekaterina Pozhanova. Please, Ekaterina, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Tatiana, Oleg, Vsevolod. Next slide, please. Number 3. In the last 10 years, the world has seen the growth in appetite to the investment in tech development. And that's why we started talking about 3 main challenges. Challenge number 1, tech innovations are actually broken down at the moment of their launching. The world experience demonstrates that 70% of tech innovations break down here at this moment. Challenge number 2, actually, the life cycle of tech innovation is somehow between 56 to 120 months. That's quite fast, but it should be faster. Challenge number 3, tech innovation projects are very hard to organize and are technically very complicated. And usually an average number of participants can be from 10 to 30. That's partners, cooperators, all the intermediaries. That altogether makes it very hard to find a management instrument. What we need to achieve, first, to increase the efficiency, the whole development, launching, and manufacture. Number 2, the technology should be prepared faster for further use by the end client. And number 3, we should learn how to bring down the risks of launch of those service technologies. This can be achieved through development of ecosystem, clients, investors, end users, developers, users, many other landfills and manufacturing capacities. Different international companies for more than 30 years are already working on, the sustainable introduction of the system, management system, that is based on use of this project management method. There are 4 main layers here. First, methodology, technical and technological solutions, organization, IT, and digital solutions. So, A, methodology, it's about process, about capacities, responsibilities of all their participants. Goal number 2, organization, B. Here we see development of tech project offices, training and development of people's competences, because we have to provide this flow of competences and experience from one head to another. Risk management, agreements and questions, of intellectual property for R&D. And then the whole market analysis, whether this product is actually required on the market. Number 3, technical technological solutions, analysis of existing scientific instruments, detailed planning and control, updating of existing tech instruments, including for after the test results, for example, and, permanent maintenance and update. And number 4, goal number 4 that we can achieve here is IT and digital solutions. So we work through and apply digital informational technologies that are there to develop digital infrastructure, digital solutions that aim to build and develop technologies. Those 4 main goals are brought up together into the image of the whole system of how to manage tech project. That is, at this slide, exactly the analysis of largest international companies' experience. We've actually concluded it into 3 main ones. The use of this system can help you with the following 3 points. Number 1,
Что имеется в виду? Выделение технологического проекта
can help you to use the project method with the whole stages: initiation, development, approbation. Here, you can prepare conditions and testing foundation and approbation of technologies for achieving what was said before. And another one here, we can in advance work on commissioning and on implementation conditions. Second effect, prospective planning based on portfolio principles, and this planning is based on the foundation of the early working through of technological projects together with the client and the developer of technology. So here, we set out the goal and the technology together with the client within this project, at the same time evaluating the KPIs of the project. We can plan the need in advance. We can include it all in the annual planning and in the annual budget with the horizon of up to 3 to 7 years. And also, we can update annual financial plans. And number 3 here, integration of different participants in an overall interaction system and digitalization of process. For Tech Project Office, well, that's when the whole digital portal is being deployed. Now we don't have any other borders from the point of view of digital exchange. Also, here we use this knowledge exchange system for all the participants of this system.
The practices we have been talking about are the practices of project approach for the organization of project offices already used for investment projects at Gazprom company, and taken into account different levels of decision-making, responsibilities, and methods of stage-by-stage project implementation and organization of project offices. We offer to scale up the approach of project office use. And here you can see the principal scheme of participant interaction, and the success of the project depends on it. So the clients, final users, developers, producers of the final products, methodologists, scientific solutions, test fields and production capabilities are all parts of the process. Here at slide number 6, you can see some specific proposals, what you should do in order to implement the model we have been talking about. First, it's necessary to implement the technological project to create technological innovations on the basis of service technologies. Second, it's necessary to create a roadmap that will include 6 main stages, namely development of the plan to create technological project office, the development of necessary regulatory and technical documentation, organization of technical project office, the development of methods to manage technological projects through the center of responsibility, then preparation of the concept to create and organize digital support of technological processes, and the last one, development and implementation of special target programs on the training of project competences. Thank you very much for your attention, and stay healthy, as the previous speaker said. Thank you very much, Ekaterina and Tatiana. You decomposed project management. You told us about methodology, risks of portfolio management, and you said that project management is already implemented in such a large company as Gazprom Invest. The size of the projects are really impressive. The approach is absolutely correct. You can use cross-function approach in different offices in order to achieve excellent results. You're right to say that it's necessary to scale up such experience. It's truly needed. The development of the project the use of capital investment is a part of a larger project on the production in this or that field and exploration of this or that field. So it's a part of global business of Gazprom, starting from the exploration, ending with the sales of hydrocarbons. I'm convinced that we are going to this field in a proper way. Thank you very much for your great presentation. And now we are ready to move ahead. The floor goes to the advisory of OMV, Mr. Torsten Clemens, who is going to speak about hydrocarbon field redevelopment as partially observable Markov decision process. Please, Torsten, the floor is yours.
Thanks for the introduction. I hope you can hear me well. To briefly introduce myself, so I'm in a senior advisory position in OMV. I published more than 100 technical papers, and I am SPE, Distinguished Lecturer and Distinguished Member. So first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the opportunity to speak at this excellent conference, very well organized. Today I'm covering hydrocarbon field redevelopment with a new approach, which is looking into applying a Markov decision process. So next slide, please. So there are two key aspects which we have to cover when we are thinking about developing hydrocarbon fields. And we have to clearly distinguish them. So there are uncertainties and there are decisions. And we should never ever mix them. So uncertainties are reservoir uncertainties, subsurface uncertainties like permeability distributions, relative permeabilities, economic uncertainties like initially we don't exactly know the amount of capex which we have to spend. We don't know the oil price which we will see in the development of the field. Decisions are what sort of spacing of the wells are we using, what sort of size of the facilities, where to drill the well, how much to inject. And the aim is to find the best option under uncertainty. What you see on the top is a representation of the expected monetary value as a measurement matrix for deciding on field development options. And here we would choose the one with the highest EMV. On the bottom, you see another diagram which shows how the field development evolves over time. So we start with exploration. We acknowledge that there is uncertainty. Therefore, the expected or the NPV could have a low case, mid case, or high case. So it could have in statistical terms a P10, P50, P90 distribution. And the high and low case are the dotted lines, which over time then are reduced because we are gathering new data. And if we are fully consistent in this Bayesian approach, which means new data is informing us about the change of the ranges of the parameters, then we are narrowing down the uncertainties. You also see on this slide a probability of economic success hurdle. This is what companies either officially have or unofficially have. It's a sort of a risk hurdle because the final investment decision is only taken if the decision maker says, I'm okay with this risk of this project. And we can calculate the probability of economic success of our projects. And when we are above this risk hurdle, then the project can be executed. We can also calculate the probability of maturation, which means there is a certain chance that we mature the project, but we can also walk away because otherwise it doesn't make any sense to acquire some new data. If we know already the field development, then there's no need for acquiring more data. When we have final investment decision, then the probability of maturation is by definition 1. We will execute the project. So to the next slide, what does it all mean? So this has all the characteristics of a Markov decision process. So when we know, and this is characterized by 4 different topics, one is states. When we know the state of the reservoir now, when we know the state of the economics at this point in time, we don't need to bother about the states in the past. then we can use this to predict the future. So states, actions. Which actions are we going to take? The actions in field redevelopment planning or development planning are either measurement, which is acquisition of data, or execution of development scenarios. So these are the actions which we are taking. The transitions give us an idea of when we transition from one state in the reservoir to the next state. How is the probability of transitioning from one to the next? And the rewards can be positive or negative rewards. Negative rewards would be we need to pay for acquisition or for installing surface facilities. Positive rewards is the cash flow which we get back from selling our products. In this case, it's a bit special in ours because it's partially observable. We don't exactly know what is in the subsurface. We can define this in the framework of the Markov decision process, and we use agent systems to solve the MDP. And the agent is a set of algorithms which does actions on the environment. It gets back rewards and observations from the environment and takes other actions. So this is the system which we are setting up. Let's go to an example reservoir, which is the next slide. So on the next slide, you see we clearly separate uncertainties in a parametrization table. So we cover all the uncertainties. The green ones are the reservoir uncertainties with the ranges, with the shapes of these parameter ranges. The orange ones are the economic uncertainties. In addition, you see measurement costs, which are our negative rewards on this table, and possible outcomes. So these are the parameterization, the uncertainties, one type of action, measurements. The other type of action is developments. Here we cover 4 different development scenarios. In a later presentation from Hadi Handesade of OMV, you will see a case where we have 120 or more scenarios. For each scenario, we determine forecast, which you see on the bottom. This is the oil production rate of a specific scenario, scenario number 2, over time. And that we do for all of these different scenarios. On the right side, you see the outline of this little field. And based on that, we get production forecast. We merge them with probabilistic economics, and we feed this into the agent system. On the next slide, you will see the outcomes of such an agent system. In my view, spectacular results. So an agent is able to calculate what is at this point in time where we are now the expected monetary value of a certain set of measurements in a sequence. Here, the mu and KRW means we first measure viscosity and afterwards permeability, relative permeability. But the agent tested all the other measurement sequences as well. And it says, like, you have to choose first measuring viscosity, then relative permeability. Gives you the highest expected monetary value, the highest value for the company. By the way, it also then says, like, your probability of maturation is 51% at this point in time. The costs which you expect to incur when you do these measurements are 0.7 million. You also have an expected loss when you execute this project, which means the expected negative outcomes, if they happen, of minus 4.8 million. But in addition, it also tells you if you do measurement of viscosity and relative permeability, then there is a 30% chance of selecting scenario 1 and a 21% chance of selecting scenario 2. This table you can now use in this representation to trade off expected monetary value versus other key performance indicators. For example, if you are not happy with an expected loss of minus 4.8, you want to reduce it to minus 3.35, then you trade off expected monetary value. So value, you reduce the expected value by roughly 6 million from 32 to 26 million. This is how you use this sort of systems. And it's extremely complex. If you calculate a sequence of more measurements, an agent system can do so. So to sum it up on the next slide. So OMV has developed a Bayesian development process, BDEF, it's a trademark of OMV. It includes modern project management with a decision board, a project team, the key aspects of project development, frame, evaluate, commit. You first need to know what you're getting into. This is the framing. Evaluate, you need to use the latest technologies. Here we use numerical models, which give us a physically consistent picture of the reservoir under uncertainty. Throw our machine learning algorithms on that, add probabilistic economics, look at distance-based parameterization, and then we feed that into the Markov decision process. Then there are three possible outcomes: either to implement the development if we meet all our economic hurdles and if it fits with the decision maker, then we need to go into this commit phase. We could walk away if there's no way that we ever can get it economic, or the MDP, Markov decision process, the agent suggests to acquire data. Then we get a posterior, after acquiring the data, we get a posterior ranges of our uncertainties. We feed that back into the Markov decision process, we go to commitment. It's a fully consistent, fully quantitative method. The first time that we are using agent systems in this decision making. For further reading, you see the SPE journal papers. With this, please to the next slide, and I would like to thank you for your attention.
Спасибо большое, Торстен. Замечательно.
Thank you very much, Torsten.
Ваш способ.
Thank you for sharing your method of risk management, especially related to the quality of reservoirs, ability to take the decision or not to take it. Thank you very much for that. So Markov decision process is where you use probability approach. You shared various algorithms with us, and they look similar to a tree of decision making. You have the analysis of data in various stages of decision making. I think that probability methods are used by the majority of companies. For example, in our exploration phase, we used Monte Carlo approach, and we use this method in order to speak about the future of the reservoir, if it makes sense to develop it or not. So, just as a joke, I'd like to tell you there's a probability method and there's a method of non-probability. And the method of non-probability says that if the event is coming to zero or it's coming to eternity, then it will definitely happen. Anyway, we have a chance to check it. And the next speaker, I'm happy to hand over to him. We are going to speak about future development of geomodeling, and I'm handing over to head of the project, Mr. Spindler, and the head of geochemical analysis, Sergey Alexeyevich. Hello. Hello, dear colleagues, and we are ready to start the project on geomodeling. The program complex looks like a database managed by PostgreSQL server. So this database has a wide range of tools to use to work with the information uploaded to the database. There are logical sections like construction of wells, the production data, or specific documents. I told you that the software has a lot of different divisions for export, import, view, and visualization, as well as processing of data. On this slide, you can see different options, how you can use filters for text and digital data. This program complex or software has a separate model of geophysical tablet where you can work with the data, where you have the calculator, where you can store the data in your database.
Also, one of the utilities for automatic correlation and for stratigraphic units search was built based on this data. Next slide. This software complex has separate features to work with field data. We can use that one to forecast such important things as decrease in pressure or like a drop in pressure. The modeling module. The data from this one is taken from our geological informational system. We've applied all the seismic data to that one, and we've used to develop those one. And here how it goes. First stage of modeling, we built the carcass model, like the reference model. That's a very surface descriptor. Usually it serves as a foundation for further detailed parametrical and detailed lithological models. Next stage. Based on those two detailed models, previous slide please, based on those previous two detailed ones, we built a fluid module. That's the one that can help us forecast the state of the field for a certain day. Altogether, it is one integrated system. That's a very functional environment for visualization and printing out, by the way, of all the calculations. Next slide. Software has a very detailed mapping feature. There is a lot of algorithms, interpolations, preparation for printing, stamps, and the development of different maps. This module can be used for different things, to quickly calculate the assets within certain borders for a field, for invasion zone. At one of the fields, we've made several calculations like this. Another special module, development of so-called specific maps. Very narrow specialists and developers can use that one to plan further geological control systems at the field. This one can be used also to plan and update programs in real time when they are already being implemented. So the data is uploaded in the system and the system analyzes them. The two programs are synchronized. Now my colleague will continue. Andrei, please, the floor is yours. Hello, colleagues. Thank you very much. Very briefly, what are the prospects for the development of this software geomodeling? First, I want to underline the following. As per today, geomodeling software is an independent, outstanding product. As per today, it is used at all the industrial enterprises of Gazprom Nedra and at some of Gazprom, big Gazprom subsidiaries. Let me outline some specifics and some advantages of geomodeling software that actually make it outstanding among the others. First, and the most important, this software was built within the microservice architecture. What is that? I am trying to show that on the slide. Microservices that comprise the product are separated in several areas. Import of information into the database, export, actually the operation of the database, searching for some bugs, for example, analysis, statistics is also here, statistical analysis and generally analysis of database, and last but not least, geomodeling. Second advantage, geomodeling software is used the local domestic information storage system, Postgres SQL. It's worth mentioning that software was developed for industrial companies that usually do not have a very big server capacities. That is why the hardware and software requirements are not that strict. And number three, the product can work with several models at the same time and will not lose any efficiency and productivity. As how we actually see the development of this software. We've divided those in two main areas, business goals and product goals. The most important for business area, in our opinion, is to accumulate all the information of geological and geophysical information at all the platforms. So all the information from all the Gazprom subsidiaries should be brought up together so that we could analyze it whenever we want and we could always have access to updated information. Number two here, development of pan-corporate product for geology and development of fields. There are different products on the market right now, some of them even developed here in Russia, but all of them are not perfect enough for the development of new fields. Geomodeling is to the contrary, answering all the requirements. Number three here, that is a perfect instrument for multifunctional teams. As my colleague has mentioned before, this software has a module that makes it possible to calculate very specific areas, very specific geological information. Usually, it's not how it works. Usually, geology is a separate thing, and the remaining information might be all together. Here we have all together, so people from different specialities can work all together using the same instrument, and the efficiency of their work will come up. Business goals. Those were business goals, and now let's come to product goals. Number one goal here is to develop the information storage system. The more information we have, the more capacities we'll need. We'll probably even need to change the storage architecture. Next one, predictive analytics, which means getting additional value from the information that we can accumulate on the platform. And number three here, development of additional features of the product for specific requirements. Next one. So the next steps. We shall launch a working group that will be designated for the development of the product. There will be specific pilot projects in some extracting subsidiaries of Gazprom Invest just to, gather some statistics and functional requirements.
О движении в нужном направлении. Это количество пользователей, использующих одновременно продукт.
What are the metrics that we can use for further development? The number of users, satisfaction levels, like we can get that after serving, and then the increase in efficiency of business processes before and after the use of the software. That's all from us. Thank you very much. Thank you, Andrei and Sergey. I gave you a little bit more of time. But I did that on purpose. Software geomodeling is the development of Gazprom Nedra. This geophysics, geology is it is all there, and any field expert should be happy to use this. Moreover, we can use this software for analysis of data in the labs, for example, not only in the field. I'm just trying to say that that is a unique product, and we're promoting that one all over the markets. That is a specific project that will be very demanded by all the specialists everywhere, everyone who is working in hydrocarbon prospects and extraction and development. And this product also, I want to underline that, does not require too many resources. You can basically use it on your smartphones just to solve your daily problems. Now, I would like to give the floor to Evgenia Barbanel,
АНРУ, московский филиал.
scientific and technological sector. Please, the floor is yours. Hello, colleagues. Next slide.
Следующий слайд, будьте добры. Ага. На примере углеметановых месторождений Кузбасса я расскажу.
So I would like to use the example of methane coal and gas shale field of Kuzbas to explain what we are doing at our company.
Является наличие открытой трещиноватости пласта коллектора.
For that methane coal and gas shale field, it's very specific to have fracturing of the reservoir.
На изучение трещиноватости. Основываясь на возможности изучения этого свойства, выбираются те или иные атрибуты.
We use the knowledge about the fracturing of the reservoir to define further approach to the development. What we are using is vibrational seismic acquisition. Here, at this slide, you can see the split of a vibrator, sweep from the first and second harmonic. Please have a look at that upper curve. The upper picture is not the linear one. How so?
Конструктивные особенности вибраторов, а также
That could be explained by the constructive specifics of the vibrator, and also the way the reservoir interacts with the vibrator causes these discrepancies that we would try to use later on. Next slide.
наблюденный материал в виде виброграмм.
Have a look at those vibrograms. The processes are non-linear there. That is why there are secondary harmonics, subharmonics, third harmonics, and so on. We only study second one. Have a look at the left picture. That is a seismogram of the first harmonic, traditionally, well, of course. And the second one to the right is a seismogram, seismic log of the second harmonic. And here the spectre is visibly moved towards the right part of it. Next slide. Though the amplitude of the second harmonic, as you can see on the slide, as it goes deeper, we see the amplitude decreasing. Next slide. To the left, you can see the temporal split of the first harmonic. On the right slide, second harmonic. In the upper part of the cut, the dimension is a bit better than in the traditional one. The amplitude resolution here is way higher. Here, within the yellow square, you can see how we correct the whole fracturing. You can see them better at the second harmonic. Next slide. The link to the synthetic seismic log of the traditional materials in comparison with the second harmonic. The correlation here is 67% versus 60%, so the material of the second harmonic is way better here. That is this fragment of the structural model for the material of the second harmonic. Next one. When we have a 3D seismic log of a proper density, now the modern software make it possible to obtain model seismic log for one physical point. Next slide. We're using an azimuth inversion and analysis to get the whole map of fracturing distribution for the proper depth, for the relevant depth that we need. The use of polarization modification of offset vertical profiling. That is how it looks like. We use the development of our colleagues from Tyumen Dniprogas. That is a disk with the source of seismic activity. It is acting, its action is based on hydrolysis. The hydrogen is being produced, and we, at the end of the day, receive elastic waves. At the surface, they appear at the surface, and they are received by those three-component seismic equipment. That is a very simplified option of an offset vertical profiling. That's the methodology. Those points out there in the map are three-component equipment. Well, the methodology is based on shear wave splitting. Here, please, a seismic field with the distribution following one of the azimuths. At this slide, please have a look at how the shear wave splitting is happening. Next slide. We used one of the azimuths to get, and we got the higher results for isotropy. Well, the conclusion was that there might be some fracture porosity, actually. Different azimuths are used there, and we can find out what is the area of possible fracture porosity at the field. Now, a couple of words about offset vertical profiling. Why are we even doing this? Because that helps us in the further designing and drilling. We want to optimally locate wells within the well cluster. Well, then, what else? Passive seismic monitoring. Here at this slide, we see the seismic event. What caused it? Well, that drop of pressure at the injection of the liquid.
Мы получили на примере угольного пласта 89 и 91.
That's an example of the coal stratum 89 and 91. Those are physical characteristics of the stratus. Have a look at the first one. The resonance frequency is striving to 0. What is the cause of that one? There was, during the fracking, hydraulic fracking, because of fracture porosity, there was a large frac formation. Again, that one, second one, is caused by a certain diffractor at the depth of hydraulic fracturing. That's interesting for like upper part of 89th. Next slide, please.
Inject
studies, again, the same thing. Here, a seismic field. We're using the same one to define the possible development of fracture porosity. Additional possibilities of the main tech operations for fracking. Seismic field types are more or less as a passport of this stratum, right? Its main characteristics, so that we did not expect that the 91st stratum reacted the same way as 89th. Look at the upper picture. We launched the investigation. Why that happened? Well, that happened because the lower layer of it was not hermetic. The lower kappa was not hermetic, which caused the parasite pressure. The 91st stratum was under pressure. You can see it here at the diagram over here at the figure. The green color stands for the pressure of this tech liquid in the borehole. Next slide. Conclusions. Right, conclusions. So the study of the second harmonic makes it possible to better map the cut and to trace the low amplitude discrepancies. Thank you for your attention.
Да, спасибо, Евгений Григорьевич.
Thank you. Thank you. You really helped us better understand various aspects of monitoring and control over the development of seismic waves and azimuth analysis on the surface. It was highly interesting. So if you go out of the frames of Gazprom projecting, you can discuss it with other colleagues at professional conferences. Thank you.
Сейчас хочу слово передать.
And now I'm ready to hand over to Igor Karpov. He's the head of the Office for Geodetic and Exploration Works and Development of Mineral Resource Base. So, Mr. Karpov, you can start. Please don't forget about the schedule. So today we are speaking about the digital transformation of exploration works. And the target of our digital transformation was as follows: to help the company form maximum asset value, thanks to the fact that we can take decisions on the basis of digitalized experience. And second, to minimize risk of errors. And number three is to create a new level of value of exploration works, thanks to breakthrough technologies, flexible management, and so on. Today, we live in Industry 4.0 era, so digital technologies give you a wide range of possibilities. So we can use them for geological exploration. We have a lot of novelties here: robotized data storages and smart systems for online analytics of data. In order to choose top priorities, we sorted out main drivers, and these are to cut the duration of processes related to the exploration works, optimization of cost, and increased VOI. So for us, top priorities are working with exploration works data, automation of works during the activity in the laboratories and in the so-called garages. So here you can see the main digital areas of focus: GeoManager, GeoVisor, Geologist, Geosphere, and Geodata. And I'll speak about them in more details later on. These areas of focus are there to support large projects by Gazprom company. They support the activity of geological exploration, starting with the design and ending with the implementation of field works and decision-making related to the assets. So let's start with GeoManager. It's an area of focus which is related to the decision-making. And here we are speaking about such decisions as processes to support the portfolio, licensing of the use of resources, economic assessment, and so on. Vega 2.0 is a software to make geodetic and economic assessment. So different departments of Gazprom Neft company are part of this process, and we need to align the activity starting with early stages and ending with post-monitoring stages. And another instrument is called GeoConstructor. It helps us plan our activities in the form of roadmaps. There are all necessary functions there related to various uncertainties. Now I'd like to speak about the next area of focus, GeoVisor. It's related to operation activity in the fields. This is where we develop digital twins, and we spoke about them during the plenary session. And here you can see the process digital fields. The processes covered are, for example, seismic exploration, geophysics in the field, exploration, drilling, and so on. I'd like to give you some examples of seismic exploration works. They are aimed at improved seismic exploration in the fields. Some of the solutions were already implemented, and so different departments use such solutions, and they use the software in order to assess the quality of works with that. In addition to that, we digitalized a lot of historical data related to the geological exploration of the previous fields, and there's a separate module which allows to have communication between the field teams. This is the solution which was developed from scratch, and it is unparalleled on the market. In addition to that, there is a mobile office of the geologist. Currently, it is being developed and actively tested. More than 100 users take part in beta testing in different fields. We have already checked it in several sites, and it has proven its efficiency. It can support, for example, the bore drilling. At the same time, we deal with different devices, and we managed to bring together various devices for geological exploration, including unmanned exploration vehicles. We implemented also a number of R&D projects. They proved that the integration of different solutions is possible, and thanks to that we can improve the timing of geological exploration. It gives a big economic effect. At the same time, in order to support this large process, we created a unique solution which gives you an opportunity to plan and process signals coming from the fields, interpret them, and build conclusions related to the state of different fields. Now, when you finish the field season, you collect the information, and you start the desktop works when you interpret the geological exploration data. And here we also use various digital technologies such as based on machinery learning and artificial intelligence in order to interpret the geological data as fast as possible, and to be able to work with the fields with lots of resources. So we have such an area of focus called geologist, where we integrate machine learning technologies, the interpretation of geological exploration data. It's at quite high level of development. A lot of cases were already part of pilot projects, and they were tested. We have more than 25 fields that were tested, and we automatically checked the geological data, and the speed of data processing increased by 4 times. The task is very important because the desktop stage is significant here. A lot of time is spent for the analysis of data, so if we can work faster, then the speed of exploration works can significantly increase, and the analysis will be already much faster. Then We also developed the so-called geosphere. It's a set of digital solutions in order to support the test drilling of bores, in order to support the core samples collection and laboratory tests. So I'd like to give you some examples. We develop digital twins of laboratories in order to plan the tests, in order to monitor the activities, control the quality of activities, control the turnover of active substances which are used during laboratory tests. In addition to that, it's very important to work with the geodata. The biggest volume of geodata is received at exploration work stage. So what we receive at early stages will have an impact on further interpretation of data and further development of the asset. That's why at this stage we structure the data on the basis of domains, various organizational models. It's very important to find persons responsible for the quality of information coming from the fields and to the desktop operations. We develop a set of tools which are aimed at collection of data in order to better structurize the data available. And now on this slide, wrapping up my presentation, I'd like to tell you that such solutions are important to ensure the flexibility of our portfolio thanks to short time of exploration works. One of our tasks is to shorten the desktop operation time within the framework of large projects. And you can see that there are different stages of them related to processing of data and the building of geological concept. Our tests and R&D activities demonstrated that our tools have a big potential to speed up the process, and it gives us an opportunity to shorten the project by one winter season and gives you a big economic effect in terms of money. So all the technologies created, including digital technologies, give a company an opportunity to be more efficient in the future. Thank you very much. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Karpov. It was highly interesting how to listen how you can improve the efficiency of the company thanks to digital technologies with the help of which you can improve the quality of information processing and the speed of exploration works. We appraise highly your activities and please feel free to share your best practices within the framework of Gazprom company. And now the next presentation will be by Mr. Shulgin, who is going to speak about the optimization of the systems for the development of offshore oil fields on the basis of smart technologies. So, hello, dear colleagues. I'm going to speak about the optimization of development systems of oil offshore fields on the basis of smart technologies. So here you can see the dynamics and structure of world energy consumption with the division for different types of fuel, and you can see that oil, gas, and hydrogen are highly important. And here you can see the modern challenges in Russia, decrease in volumes of exploration works, hard to recover oil reserves, the coefficient of oil recovery, and so on. Currently, we face a number of challenges related to the decreased coefficient of oil recovery, high level of field development, the cost of hydrocarbon development has increased. So in the future, we need to stabilize the fields throughout the whole period of field development. And on the basis of the above mentioned, and in order to optimize the existing systems of management, it's necessary to efficiently plan and monitor the activities. We can use high-tech technologies called smart fields. The main characteristics of such smart fields are provided for you on the slide. The world experience analysis of fields with smart technologies demonstrates that you can improve your project capacity by 20%, and you can cut your cost up to 50%, you can grow your profit by 40%. The forecast to use such a system in Russia against the backdrop of the growing demand for the use of innovations provides for the growth of performance to improve the oil recovery by 30 or 40%. And now I would like to say a few words about the systems and short-term effects. You can cut exploitation costs to maintain equipment because it doesn't break down so often. Then you decrease the human factor, and you can improve scenarios for better active management and cut your capex. On the next slide, I would like to tell you that the use of such technologies in all the areas is impossible, so you have to prioritize. You have to choose the fields where it will be economically feasible to implement the project based on smart field approach. In this regard, I believe that it's important to implement technologies on the fields taking into account the economic effects and the technical and economic indicators of specific projects in comparison to traditional approaches for exploration and development of the fields. So a set of indicators was developed on the basis of which you can assess the oil and gas assets from the point of view of priorities to implement smart field approach. So there are two main groups, exploration works and production and economic indicators. So the first one includes the geodetic specific features of the fields. The ranges of the indicators are given on the basis of the world characteristics taken from the experience of field development. Here you can see the group of production and economic indicators to assess economic efficiency of oil enterprise and changes of economic parameters. The ranges here are taken from the methodological materials and statistics data from the industry. The offshore projects are relocated remotely, and they are main sources of the growth of reserves. But the cost of oil recovery on offshore in Russia is the highest in the world because the locations are far away from the shore. The climate conditions are very hard. So that is why on such offshore fields we can use a smart field approach, and they can be prioritized. We gave scores to different indicators. So the most significant is exploration activity group of indicators, and the next one is production and economic indicator group. So on the basis of that, you can make the analysis of current activity of the company. You can see that the scores can be given based on the idea that the implementation of this system should be made on harder to recover fields where you strive for better production and economic results. And if the state of indicator is bad, then you get the highest score. And that is what you have to take into account when you perform the exploration works. In order to calculate edge indicators, you can take intervals, and here you can see the geodetic conditions and the economic activity of the enterprise. They are critically important for the efficient performance of the company. All the oil and gas industries that get more than 4.94 scores can be prioritized based on difficult exploration works and management of the project. So if you get more than the edge indicator, then such approach can be future-oriented. And if it is below than 4.94 scores, then it can be used. Such approach can be used in the future. It is recommended, but it's not necessary to do it right away. So we chose 4 foreign projects, and we used the several criteria of success of implementing such a smart approach, including the economic efficiency and so on. So here you can see such an indicator as profit growth. As I told you, 6 foreign projects where such technologies were used were taken into account.
All the fields that surpassed this threshold managed to demonstrate the increase from 15 to 20%. And the dependence that we see here is just another testimony to the analysis that we've made. And that's another proof that this technology is very efficient here. And to conclude, I want to say the following. Now, oil and gas industry faces a number of problems, including the improvement. We have to analyze the world experience, and the analysis that we've made already has demonstrated that the introduction of this system actually increases the oil recovery index up to 20%. The management decisions are made up to 40% faster. The operational expenses are 50% less, and the margin grows 40% maximum. That's all from me. Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. It seemed to me scientifically kind of analytical. And I have no doubt that at the decision-making and at the stage when we only start exploring and develop the field, your approaches would be very useful. I hope that you will keep developing them and you will keep using them and promoting them as a very serious analytical tool for investment decision. Next presentation, Edmund Ongemar. Innovations in seismic exploration, Vibra source of a new generation with better characteristics and digital management. Please, the floor is yours. Hello. Good afternoon. I thank the organizers for inviting me to the conference and for giving me the chance to speak here. Here, I want to present the latest developments of our company for Vibra source for a permanent seismic acquisition. Up per today, As per today, we have these flagship models in production. Both of them are actively used all over Russian Federation. Wheel type SV30B on the baggy chassis, and another one on another type of wheels, CBC30M1. The naming of model contains the letter M, that is the modification level. So here we have M1. When we will update that one, it will become M2. Our company, Geosvip, is in close cooperation with Gazprom Nedra. Well, they are actually using a lot of our equipment. Several years ago, we've outlined the roadmap for the development of vibrational sources. We started with technologies outlined there in the left bottom corner. That was back in 2017. What is happening on the market? Well, about 25% of Russian manufacture of this kind of equipment. We account for about 25%, I would say. But we know that there is growing demand to this kind of equipment, especially to the equipment with a low frequency. So there should be the lowest possible frequency with the highest possible efficiency. That was the roadmap for us. The first step to make was rebranding. That's how in 2019 we came up with M1 model. Today we offer this intermediary model between M1 and M3. We call it M1 Plus, but so far we actively working on prototyping the universal chassis. You see here at one of the pictures, you've seen the track chassis, right? So the crawler body, and we're now producing something in between. And also digital management, right? So it's first in its in its origin, in its kind, completely digital machine. Next slide, please. Those of you who have been working actively with us and who's well aware of this equipment, you know all the modifications, right? Here I briefly outline what kind of changes happened to the modifications from 2015 to 2020. Generally, we've improved characteristics significantly. There is this minimal discrepancies between the settings and the actual results. And here, well, you can see what this actually makes. It increases the reactive mass. We've added new accumulators and many other modifications. What I wanted to show you here, to the right part of it, we've outlined every of the parameters. I don't want to read it out loud. So that's main harmonics, phase characteristics, non-linear distortions, and the output signal. That's very interesting, right? Because the machines were compared based on the figures written down recorded in different conditions, right, in different circumstances. So I just want to underline the improvement in the signal. Just have a look at this signal for the last modifications, right? Upper right corner, that's how it used to be, and upper bottom corner, that's the signal traces that we have right now. We see how the signal actually coincides with theoretical signal in comparison, especially with the initial models at the upper part. Very often we get this question, how is the comparison of our equipment with the foreign ones? This figure is very similar to the figures by our international competitors. The red one is our machines produced before 2015. The blue one, machines that we produce right now. Or rather, the green one, the machines that we produce right now. The weight is a bit higher, so the plateau is a bit higher. The peak effort, but we want to underline here that we come to the full capacity of 4.9 hertz, or if we make 62,000 feet, which is a full capacity, then, well, it will be a bit lower. a bit earlier rather. We are somehow even better than our foreign competitors, a little bit. Now, modification M3. What is M3? Why did we even come up with that one? Well, first, two types of techniques, right? Wheel type, wheel chassis, and track chassis. We decided that we have to build up an intermediary one with the opportunity to switch from wheel one to track chassis. Here is the prototype that can function as either wheel or track chassis. The configuration can be set up already on the field. You don't need to contact the manufacturer to change wheels for track chassis. There is a plan to unify the whole, details, the vibrating parts. All of them should be unified and will be the same for every three models, because we want to just simplify the lives of our clients. There are three stages, Kentire. There are three stages. Now we have two operators. It's completely analog display, and well, of course, that's completely obsolete and has been for some time already. So our M3 model will be equipped with a digital panel and digital management, digital controlling rather. Display. Well, as you can imagine it, as soon as we build it up, as soon as we finish with all the testings, we will present it. So stage number one, substitute analog equipment with the digital one, development of the structural scheme of Kentire. So those are actually the first stages to automate the whole process. Stage number two, automation of typical operation. Instead of switching the tumbler up and down, there will be a computer that would do it automatically. Automatic switch off or blocks that would not allow an operator so it would block the incorrect actions by the operator. And a very important thing that I heard about today, also an integration of Kentire and the monitoring system. Here we can integrate the monitoring of this machine with many different services, with management, with tech services, for example, which will make its operation more efficient, right? We will do maintenance in a timely manner, etc., etc. Stage number three, for a later period of time, development of software to control vibrational source remotely from geophysical station, and also launch of some robotics, for example. Current characteristics, minimal output frequency, minimal full capacity frequency, right? Here we can see Nomad 65, Nomad 90 now, which is the most with the biggest capacity, and I think it's quite competitive, right, with the world leaders. In our developments, of course, we try to use import substitution programs. The localization volume is 75%, and now we're more flexible and we can individualize our solutions according to the needs of our client. We constantly improve the reliability of the equipment. Together with GSD company, we work on control system. This is one of the most reliable when it comes to the controlling of this kind of devices. We are very available. Well, I don't even want to comment on that one. We are very we are always in contact, right? And we are not as expensive as our competitors. And well, as for the frequencies, I told you about that already. Here are our contacts, QR codes to our YouTubes. If any of you is interested in our equipment, please come and visit our Day of Technology. October, November, that's the best time to come and visit the tests of this new generation equipment. Thank you so much.
Спасибо, Эдмунд Гаревич.
Thank you very much, Edmund.
Правильный посыл в части.
I feel like you have the very right message. Rosgeologia and Rosgeoswip are now updating your equipment. And I really like your import substitution initiative, right? So Russian and local production is a completely correct thing to do. We've made an audit of your technologies. We've came to the conclusion that all of them are very modern and answer all the current requirements. Nomad 65 are already a bit
В том числе и с вашей компанией.
obsolete for us, and we plan to switch to the newest version, to the most updated. The conditions might be very different. We can either procure them or lease them or, well, rent them. So thank you. Dear colleagues, I want to make a conclusion of our online session. That was an active one. You were very active representatives of completely different companies, right? And
В части использования и оборудования.
your presentations were very useful, all of them. Equipment, technologies, methodologies in geology, exploration, and prospecting of hydrocarbons. I felt like this session was very intense and very dense. I don't think that we have time for questions and answers. If anyone is interested, well, you have your contact details, and please be active here at the forum. Those of you who made it here. If you haven't made it here, then, well,
Если есть возможность с друг другом общаться.
you can find contact information anyway. Thank you very much. Have a great day, all of you. Thank you for a brilliant presentation. That was a good job. Thank you. That is an end. Now we have a break,
Перерыв порядка 10 минут.
about 10 minutes break, and then we proceed with the next online session.
Уважаемые коллеги, добрый день.
Hello, distinguished colleagues. I think we can reconvene our conference. This is online session number 2, Smart Systems for Better Efficiency of Oil and Gas Well Construction. We're going to have 7 presentations today. 10 minutes for each presentation, please. The session is all about modern trends in the construction of wells. So it's all about the use of digital platforms, digitalization, management centers for well construction, the use of the Internet of Things. You have heard about such projects as digital boring rig and so on. The trend of current time is to drill long horizontal bores. An important aspect of efficiency is efficient drilling of gas-saturated field. And another trend is related to optimization of well construction, management of drilling cycle, technical boundaries, and so on. A lot of aspects, as far as I understand, will be reflected in today's presentation. I greet you all, and I would like to wish you successful work. So first, I would like to give the microphone to the first speaker, and my co-host today is Sergei Pivnikov, who is the Deputy Director General for the issues of drilling and activities inside of the wells. Thank you for being my co-host, and thank you for working in this session. Let's now move on to the presentation. The first one will be made by Evgeny Bondarev, the head of the Department of Technological Development and Digital Transformation of Exploration Works from Gazprom Neft company. His presentation is about the use of artificial intelligence for geological exploration activities. Please, the floor is yours. Hello, dear colleagues. I'm very pleased to take part in this session. I'm very happy to hear it from the top management of Gazprom that the issues of digitalization and digital twins are high on the agenda of the company. We are happy to make a presentation and share our experience. I hope that it will be useful. My presentation is dedicated to exploration works, though we are talking about the activities inside of the well, but nevertheless, I'm going to speak about exploration works, and I'll tell you how we use artificial intelligence technologies, the most cutting-edge technologies, for the purpose of exploration works. We use comprehensive and integrated approach for various processes, including the construction of wells and analytical works inside of the wells. Gazprom Neft regularly organizes seismic surveys as different companies, and the scope of seismic survey can be different depending on the year, depending on the needs to prepare the mineral resource base. The volume of seismic survey is quite big, from 3 to 4 to sometimes 9,000 kilometers, 2D, 3D offshore exploration works. It's one of the key stages in the preparation of mineral resource base. There is a process to do it, so the geological exploration is using the digital tools. We try to transform all types of works, from field works to desktop activities. We try to use all possible Industry 4.0 tools. You know that we have digital twins of the field works, and in my presentation I'm going to focus more on desktop operations. So the next slide, please. The main challenge for geological exploration is to shorten the time. We know that usually it takes about 2 years to perform the geological exploration activities in the north of Russia. The winter season is quite short, and the field works last for 4 months, and then desktop operation stage starts. That can take up to 2 years, and 1.5 years we spent only for desktop operations. You can see that they're critically important for us. Our ambitious business goal is to try to change the duration to make it shorter so that we can start drilling as soon as possible to improve the economic efficiency of our projects, to improve their profitability. We want not only to improve the duration, but also to maintain or improve the quality. Our goal is ambitious. Our schedule looks quite busy. So if we organize field works in winter time, we want to start drilling in autumn of the same year. It's really an ambitious goal. Currently, with the use of our technologies, we have to start drilling in the next season, and it means that we lose the whole year. Our business task is to choose drilling points and to start drilling operations 1 year earlier for the purpose of geological exploration. And the next slide, please. In order to perform such tasks, artificial intelligence technologies are what we need. If you have a look at what happens in the world, a lot of manual operations are replaced by artificial intelligence and algorithm. If you have a look at geological exploration and seismic survey, we are half the way down. This is Equinor slide, and we started with manual operations in seismic surveys. If you take the scale of 6, where 6 is full automation, we are in the middle of the diagram. So we know how to automate specific operations. They are completely replaced by digital technologies, but we do not have a fully fledged automated seismic survey. From the point of view of artificial intelligence technologies, we have 3 main trends: computer site, processing of natural language, and recommendation systems. Well, computer view is already used in cars, in our smartphone cameras. There are a lot of services where they process the pictures, then processing of natural language, that is what telecoms operators and banks use, and recommendation systems that, based on the historical information, can not only perform analytics but also give recommendations. Today, I would like to speak a little bit more about computer site. The next slide, this is how it works. The technology works on the basis of mathematical algorithm of the learning of networks. We take a cube, we divide it into smaller cubes. Before that moment, we have some incoming information. We teach the model on the basis of that. This is how the geologists are being taught. So when they work in the fields, they first learn on the basis of small volume of information, and then they use the tests for big volumes of information. Same here. We give information about different events, horizons, fractures, and so on. The model has learned how to work, and then the model can be used for endless number of data. Our only limit is calculation capabilities, so you do it with high quality. This is the quality that the expert would come up up with. So it's very important for us to prepare incoming information and to spend time teaching the model. For the purpose of calculation, we use modern cluster technologies. We use servers on the basis of video cards, and we use NVIDIA products. These are top technological companies. This slide shows you what we have learned to do. We know how to process several procedures, but when it comes to processing, we see that we still have a lot of things to do. There are some low-hanging operations that we try to do, and we have a model for data processing, but we cannot process all the data. We still have to automate some processes to shorten the duration. We know how to control the geometry, and we know how to process the data, which is further on used for the determination of drilling points. And here you can see one of the examples. This is Sakhalin offshore field. And this is an example of how we work. We create a teaching frame. We cannot completely automatize the process. Geologists and experts create such a large network, and then we can take the whole volume of data. We can use the algorithm of machine learning to make correlations. So automatic correlation has been there for quite a long time. The biggest difference is that we do not really correlate. We just analyze the image and we sort out events. This is the classical algorithm of seismic survey. It's more precise than standard methods. We use the difficult geology to test it. We try to find unusual cases in order to check the quality, and we tried to improve the quality so that the experts could take the analysis and develop geodetic models on the basis of them. The next slide, please. And here you can see that the project is at the stage of pilot production. We started it with your company. Now we develop software on our own. We have developed all the methods and algorithms. We tested them for our offshore facility. We checked them at several objects at Yamal field and in Tumin. We try to cover the whole geological fractures, and you see that for each geological basin you need adaptation. You have to tune the model. So if you take the basin and it works, it means that it can work for different basins, and you can get fast processing and interpretation of data. For the next year, we have planned to use the software not as a pilot project, but for standard processes of data interpretation. And here I wanted to highlight that is a multi-component process. If you want to use artificial intelligence processes for business processes, it is not enough to involve only IT guys or to have algorithms. It's about a database that looks like a puzzle, and you need several components. First of all, data, so highly qualitative incoming data, the data sets that you need, calculation capacities, cluster calculations. You need software where you use it. You need data science experts who will write the code to process the information. And the biggest role is played by functional experts in different areas of focus. Without geologists, geophysics, and experts of geological exploration, IT guys won't be able to do anything. And then there's a implementation of a new business process, and that is the biggest challenge for an exploring company and recovering company. When the moment comes, the company has to understand that starting from this moment, business as usual is no longer an option. You have only 1 minute left. Okay, then I will speak about specific cases later. I just want to speak about the change of a business process. You can see how business process changes with artificial intelligence. You abandon the manual operations. You reject routine operations, so experts, developers, and geophysics start to focus on another task. They have to teach the models and develop algorithm, and the machine will do the operations. This is the change of a mindset, when you have to trust your machine, when you let this machine an opportunity to process the data and you only teach the model. It requires a big mindset. And we see that this is the biggest challenge for us today. I know that my time is limited, so I would like to wrap up. We have quite a lot of geological exploration cases. If you're interested in the topic, please feel free to contact me, and I will be happy to show them to you. We are more than ready for cooperation. And now, the last slide, please. Here you can see my contact details. The previous slide was about the members of the team. We have an interdisciplinary team. And on the last one, you can see my contact information. So here is my contact information. We are ready for cooperation and discussions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Evgeny. That's the great time to make this kind of presentation. From the point of view of initial stage of drilling, the seismic part of it, seismic acquisition was especially important. I remember in 2017 we launched the Smart Fast Track project, and well, GeoSurvey was very active in that work. Let me ask one question. I can afford that. I'm the moderator. When do you plan, if you plan to scale up this product of yours? Of course, I understand that every region requires specific setting, but still, I think we can distribute it already. If you plan, do you plan to do that? If so, then who's your partner and where? Thank you very much. Yes, we've used the Smart Fast Track, and we've used it to evaluate all the critical way of what can be done additionally. The maximal effect is not in bringing down the cost, but in speeding it up, right? And if we speed the whole process up, we can achieve the best effect. We are ready to distribute it. We are ready to roll it out. So far, we have a team of about 25 people. And they are working on it. So we take the data in, we interpret them, and then in the Petrel project, we give it out. So we have models for various regions. We have model for Yamal, we have model for Sakhalin. We're testing Eastern Siberia just to check out how that one is going to look. So far, it's a service one. I would say it's a pilot project. For the next year, we have a plan to launch pilot software for, so that our clients would be able to use it without the need to hire a special programmer. We are willing to cooperation anyway. Thank you very much. It's clear. Thank you, Evgeny. Yes, please. Thank you, Evgeny. That's a great presentation indeed. I have one question. You just mentioned that you are bringing down the period of geological survey. Dennis here asked about Smart Fast Track. I wonder how you speeding it up influences the commissioning of the field, and How does that influence the other participants of the process? Because after geological survey, we have many other parties involved in it. Are there any gaps between directorates? How do you make that a seamless integration?
Влияло в сторону снижения.
How do you make sure that you really speed up the commissioning date? Thank you for your question. We understand that any speeding up of any investment stage, because, well, we understand that geologic exploration is an investment stage at all. The quicker we act, the more money we'll get, the more profitable we will make this project. So if we cut a little bit down the time, then we increase significantly the monetary value of it. We're talking about dozens of billions of rubles if we consider large projects. But these mechanisms can be used at every stage. Of course, seismic exploration and seismic acquisition is only happening at the very beginning. Even pre-commissioning, even at developing. We're working a lot right now with Achimov, for example, and we're correcting their plans for operational drilling. I would even say that seismic acquisition supports exploration and production, and it can support it even more significantly that geology might do. Because when we do operational drilling, you usually don't have time to take 1 or 2 years break just to analyze geological models. We can do it really quickly, and we provide a lot of instruments to support that. We've tested that already. We have several information sources. Within a week or two, we update geological model, giving them out all these materials that make it possible to correct, the trajectory, I would say. That's a very operative instrument. We can quickly analyze existing data for further improvement of the project implementation. I don't think there are any dangers there. It only speeds up the whole process.
Спасибо, Евгений.
Understood. Thank you.
Спасибо и за доклад, и за развернутые ответы.
Thank you for the presentation and for
Несмотря на сложность,
the answers.
понятный язык. У нас
Thank you for using such a clear language, I would say. There are plenty of mining university students here, and I hope that all of them understood everything. Thank you for choosing such clear language, clear wording to talk about your work. Next presentation, I want to announce the head of the asset management projects, Gazprom International, Neshta Nikolai, who will present on implementation of informational management system at the oil and gas project implementation. Please. Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you for inviting me here. I will start with describing the digital platform. Our company develops different platforms for vigilance and management of industrial objects. Control system integrated monitoring system, what is that? That is a digital platform that brings together and integrates the manufacturing technical information live at the same time with the construction of the well. And it's using this one single window system that provides the single informational access for all the participants and involves structures at every stage of construction. We've talked already about this possible digital twin, remember? All the working information is published out there, and all the working processes by investor, client, and client contractors, it is all brought together. It is very effective. Available digital technologies significantly increase the capacity of structural departments. It is in a detailed way integrated between each other, and the level of analytics is just enormous.
Цифровая платформа СМПО представляет собой модуль непрерывного...
Digital platform of this vigilance system, of the surveillance system, is a closed cycle, all interrelated four parts of it: planning, execution, monitoring and control, and analytics. Software is comprised of different modules that cover the whole manufacturing cycle of well construction altogether. Every module has its own goal. For example, planning includes all the definition of the order, consecutiveness, deadlines, technologies, and pricing of the whole construction story. Execution, this block is about executing all the decisions made following the order, deadlines, technologies, and pricing. And it's all should be documented. Monitoring and control is about assembly, accumulation, and analysis of all the factual data about how the construction is happening in the real time. Analytics is about comparison of the draft, design, and actual data for the construction of the well. We've made the market analysis, and we found out that certain disadvantages are usually found when, after the analysis of this digital surveillance system. Usually, the disadvantages are as following. There is not enough access from the different devices, from the different electronic devices, and there is generally a lot of time and price consumed during the work. Though there are a lot of advantages, first, it's completely produced by the Russian developers. You can do a video broadcast from the commissioning site. If there is not a stable internet connection, you can still work there. You can optimize the decision-making process. These advantages make it more efficient at every stage. At the planning stage, we bring down the time that is needed to find the information. We provide a very secure level of data safety. The whole data massive is automated, and you can access it through the single window. At the execution stage, well, we add some additional advantages. For example, automatic control of the documentation, whether it is completed or not. Automatic control of quality and completeness of digital data. Next slide. At the stage of monitoring and control, we add additional advantages when using this digital surveillance system. First, we indicate if the deadline is not met. Also, the detailed analysis of the time that was not effectively spent, divided by categories and kind of type. It is presented there. Qualitative evaluation of timing of every kind of work, and also monitoring of safety regulations. In comparison with the traditional scheme, at the analytics stage, well, we have all the full factor analysis. There is also an opportunity to preset different infographics and the presentation of the results. And there is also an automatic calculations of all the quantitative indexes. Within this pilot project, we've launched a smaller one. So we tried to commission and to introduce this surveillance system at Kavitkinska field. Who participated in that pilot project? You can see the list of here. More than 14 different companies participated in that one. The pilot project was rolled out in more than 3 time zones, and participants from completely different areas participated. More than 71 regulatory instrument was updated thanks to the analysis made by the system. There were several stages of this project: preparation, execution, and then conclusions. More than 1,000 historical reports on the wells were uploaded. So the surveillance system was tested on 2 wells. More than 1,000 reports on 5 areas were uploaded there. So drilling, solutions, movement of personnel, etc. Well reports were sent out daily. And of course, the interactive windows were built up there in the system.
Было обучено около 43
About 43 people underwent a training on how to use the surveillance system, and the system was really evaluated highly after this pilot project. So the further development, well, we have built the digital form, and now we have to develop the scenario planning. We're building up the protocol so that we won't need to input the data manually every day. Then we would like to achieve the integration with WITSML and OSDU, machine learning, and Halliburton and Schlumberger will be also able to use this surveillance system. To conclude, digital surveillance system platform helps to quickly make the best technological and managerial decisions for the benefit of the well-set and balanced massive of information. It is also makes it possible to use historical data. It brings down the time you need to find the necessary information, and you increase the efficiency of the whole company. After analyzing the experience of the previous wells, we now are able to bring down the expenses not only because of the speeding it up, but also because of the safer operation. We also bring down the number of risks that might appear there and might influence the efficiency of the company in a longer distance. And if we underestimate it and if we overestimate the risks, we will not achieve this very thin balance that we need to strike the efficiency target. Only when one uses this digital platform, we can actually sustain this efficiency level. That's all from me. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I am somehow involved in this surveillance system. That is a ready-to-use product, and we are ready to scale it and to roll it out at every Gazprom object. We are willing to roll it out for data accumulation, analysis, and the further decision-making. It can be used both at the branch level and at the well construction center as well. I have one question, though. You mentioned that this is a Russian project that has been developed by this initiative group, chaired by people from Gazprom International, right? You also said that there is an opportunity to integrate those with modules of Schlumberger, for example. And I wonder, how do you see the life cycle of this project? I wonder how this project will be incorporated in the single digital platform of Gazprom company. Where is its place, if there is any, and how are we going to do that? What are our next steps? First, yes, let me outline. In order to roll out our project, we don't really need much time. After the pilot project, the whole project is looking forward to start working and to just roll it out and start working properly. Within the big Gazprom family, we believe that our system will help with the functions of input and output of information, and most importantly, with the analytics. This very analytics that is needed for proper and correct decision-making. And the decision-making can happen in any area, right? Thank you, thank you. Let me just set a vector, right? Just to integrate it with geological data, with historical geological data, right? With geological and geomechanical data. It should be all integrated, right? Because the big data that we receive, we shouldn't be only able to use it ourselves. We should be able to share it with our colleagues so that we could even more increase the efficiency of both horizontally and vertically. Thank you. Thank you, Nikolai. Yes, I agree.
Прошел тестирование уже.
This
принято решение.
Monitoring system for industrial equipment was tested already on a couple of levels. So those vectors that you are outlining are very important and quite right thing to do, right? That's our next joint objective that we should achieve. Because, well, we are the developers and we are members of the group that was the one to test the project, right? Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you for sharing your experience and telling us about this interesting and very important product. We hope that it will be used for drilling function of Gazprom company. Let's proceed with the next one.
В тему дальнейшего развития центра
That will be about the further development of well construction center, Gazprom Nedra. Remember that center we mentioned before, the one launched not long ago with the participation of members of the board of the company. In September, it was initiated. As far as I understand,
занимается двумя месторождениями.
today the center is working on two fields, Kavitkinskaya and Hasavirskaya. The next year, the plan is
Работать по всему спектру
to
месторождений.
cover the whole spectrum of Gazprom company, right? Exploration and drilling. Alexander Kuznetsov, Deputy Director of Gazprom Nedra branch, and the head of the center, and Marina Butorina, head of this project for the development of digital drilling control. Please, the floor is yours.
Hello, dear colleagues and dear hosts, dear participants of the conference. My name is Alexander Kuznetsov. Today, we would like to speak about the vector of development, center of whole and well construction by Gazprom Nedra. It was prepared together with a colleague of mine, Ms. Butorina. Each year, the process of whole construction becomes more and more difficult. The geography expands, the depth increases, and the length of horizontal parts also increase. In the past, standard tools could be used, but currently, in order to make wells, you have to use modern cutting-edge technologies, highly skilled personnel, and of course, you have to change your approach to the implementation of works. In order to improve the efficiency of operation, the planning is required. The majority of wells do not require better infrastructure. They require the corrections of mistakes in planning. One of such instruments is the specialized center of competences. As the previous speaker said, the Center of Well Construction was commissioned in Gazprom company. Our mission is to ensure maximum production and economic efficiency of well construction for Gazprom company. The center has all resources to achieve the goals. Highly skilled personnel with vast experience in international service companies and contracting organizations, cutting-edge software integration in one information system of Gazprom, modern equipment, and a highly skilled team of geologists and engineers in order to support the operations. 6 posts were put into operation. They work 24/7. 2 of them focus on geonavigational support of wells. They work 7 days per week. Currently, they support 20 fields in Kavitkinskaya and Kharasavevskaya fields. There are up to 25 wells in the fields. So to make such automated planning is a trend, not only here in Russia, but also abroad. The development of center is planned in 2 stages. Stage 1 will include geonavigation, engineering, geomechanics, so the construction of geomechanical models and expertise of works. And stage 2 will include the search and implementation of new technologies and support of activities in the world. So we want to cover 100% of exploration, drilling operations in our company. The goal of stage one is to form a single center of competences focusing on geo navigation, engineering, and geomechanics. It's necessary to organize 24/7 support of the construction of geological holes for Gazprom company. Our goal is to improve our efficiency, to cut the duration of geological exploration, better drilling in horizontal wells and so on. So modern technologies used here will allow to minimize risks. As the result of realization, we are going to test various processes, form the database and knowledge, build our experience to be used by other departments of Gazprom company. And I hand over to the colleague of mine, Ms. Butorina. Together with the development of functional model, there is a process of consolidation, visualization, transferring, and analysis of information. That will allow all the participants of the process to have immediate access to the database, which can be structured and available at all the time. So modern software can be used for engineering, calculation, geological modeling, and geonavigational support of the well construction. The majority of software is made here in Russia, and it was tested and proved their efficiency in practical terms. Our task is to constantly improve the quality to ensure good communication between the participants of the center with all the stakeholders involved in the construction of wells. The Center of Well Construction is a part of the development of unified system of Gazprom company. The information will be given about the actual indicators, the availability of material and technical resources, the balance of standstill time, and other data that can be used for decision making. The center creates unique conditions for joint efforts of geologists and drilling experts in one informational system. Such approach allows to qualitatively analyze risks, identify them, and manage them properly. The management of qualitative construction of wells allows to decrease environmental and production risks due to timely receipt of information, the use of modern technologies, and compliance with the requirements. So in addition to that, thanks to automation of control of well construction will allow improved operation. At the second stage of center development, we are going to create the expert center of the Gazprom group of companies, where we want to improve our experience, expand our geography. We would like to start with several fields. We are going to use various services such as design, drilling, exploration, and injection. The next stage will be the creation of a united system of decision making. All the participants can receive recommendations from the center, and they can analyze them, discuss them, approve them, and agree on them and execute them. An ability to use such a system will be ensured at mobile devices and informational desktops of Gazprom Investor and Gazprom company in general. Thank you very much for your attention, and if you have any questions, I will be happy to answer.
Геннадий, спасибо большое.
So, Mr. Kuznetsov, Ms. Bugorina, thank you very much. Your presentation showed us an example of multidisciplinary approach when you don't have the legal borders between subsidiaries of Gazprom. You worked a lot to make sure that the center is working efficiently, and it happened thanks to the positive contribution of several departments and the subsidiaries, Gazprom Nedra, Gazprom Invest, Gazprom Center of Skills. So all together you managed to organize this activity. This activity is based on trust, and the trust is also the result of your competences. Your center is already demonstrating and sharing the competences. I'm sure that the level of trust which exists between the subsidiaries and Gazprom Invest, which is responsible for investment projects in general, and Gazprom Nedra, the center of well construction, which take responsibility for specific operation. I think that that will help us create good trust, and despite the fact that responsibilities are different, you get high performance. Thank you very much, and good luck with all your intentions. We are ready to continue our work, and the next presentation will be done by Brednev, Mr. Brednev, who is going to speak about his experience of constructing wells at Gazprom Neft. Hello, dear colleagues. Can you hear me? We can hear you well. Hello, dear colleagues, and today I would like to speak about the multi-hole well construction. We have been working in this field for a long time. We had several borehole wells in the past, and recently we have understood that it's necessary to bring together the multi-hole experience and combine them with fracturing, because it becomes more and more difficult to recover the resources. So here on the slide, I just want to show you our reserves. You can divide them into three parts, north, west, and east. So you can take it the biggest part of resources so that for efficient recovery of them, you have to use such technologies as displacement, fracturing, and construction of multi-hole wells. In order to optimize our activity, we decided to use approaches to cut capital expenditures for our operations. So on this slide, I just want to show you our approach. That was how we planned the wells. We used 3D modeling, sector-based modeling, and the modeling of fracturing. So we took the models, we took the actual data for fracturing, and planned and designed the fracture in order to develop the field. We tried to be as precise as possible in our planning to forecast how the fracture will develop and what kind of recovery rate we can receive thanks to that. On this slide, you can see that we check different scenarios, different distance between the holes of the well. We checked different intervals, and at the end of the day, we came to an opinion that the optimal option would be to have the distance between the holes, which is from 550 and to 600 meters. When planning the drilling, we took this approach. We designed the wells on the basis of that. We understood that in point T1, the distance between the holes was 350 meters. In T3, it was already 550 meters. When choosing the level of complexity, we took main factors: reliability, simplicity, low cost, availability to have selective access, and availability to have fracturing. So the level of complexity was TML3. We organized test stands operations. So here you can see the casing of 178 millimeters. You can see the side hole and various equipment that we used for drilling. So when drilling the multi-hole well, the side hole was about 1,000 meters. The side hole was drilled with the drilling equipment identified on the slide, and the solution was water-based. So thanks to that, the price was optimal, the speed of drilling was optimal too. After the drilling of the side hole, the boring rig was taken out, and then it went down to continue the drilling operations. The next slide, please. On this slide, I would like to show you the system of selective access to holes, which allows you to penetrate into the main and the side holes. You don't need any special rotation or any special equipment to do so. When developing the main hole, we used a special stinker. It had a modified valve. The pressure was 450 up to 550 atmosphere. The net pressure was 46 atmospheres. So for this hole, the efficiency of liquid was 84%. Now, on this slide, I would like to speak about the experience and what lessons we learned. After the fracture in the main hole, the hole was mechanically isolated, and special liquid was pumped in. So when fracturing was used in the side hole, we checked the pressure. We increased the pressure to have the so-called counter pressure, and the process was intensified. The amount of liquid pumped was increased, and after that, when the liquid was pumped into the side hole, we started to take out the stingler, and we received an uncontrolled work in the hole, because the volume of liquid pumped in the main hole and the liquid taken out did not comply with the amount of liquid pumped into the side hole. So one hole started to create obstacles for the operation of the second hole. The hole started to work like a fountain. Then, in process of our work, we developed a scheme to avoid such problem. So for the work in each hole, you have to take out the volume of the liquid which was pumped in. And a key aspect here is that as far as the time indicator is concerned, it should be the same. So it should be from 6 to 7 days. So when you take away the liquid, you have to calculate the pressure, and you can
Продолжаем разрешать скважину. Следующий слайд. На данном слайде коротко хочется сказать.
further on you can either kill the well or continue the operations. So in blue here on the diagram, you can see the actual indicators. In yellow, you can see the planned indicators. As you can see, the well worked like a fountain for too long, but the well borehole pressure did not decrease as we could expect, and it can speak about good potential of the well. And now the main aspect here is I wanted to answer the question, is it efficient to construct like that or not? As the basis, we took the well 466. So here you can see that it has increased capital expenditures, but at the same time, you can check the efficiency indicator, and it is lower than in hole 468. The reason for that is that the pressures are different for different holes. If you calculate on the basis of such coefficients for pressure and atmospheres, then the diagram would look like that. Have a look at the bottom of the screen, and you will see that this bottom has 10% more potential than other ones. In the final slide, I would like to draw some conclusions. We have proven technological opportunity to build wells like that. Currently, we are building the next wells in order to prove the actual cost cutting for the construction of wells. That's it. Thank you.
Спасибо, Филипп Игоревич.
Thank you, Philip.
У меня лично ваш доклад вызвал глубокий профессиональный интерес.
I personally am very interested in this conversation in
Инженер.
your presentation. So I have a question for you. What is the forecast for this multi-bore wells?
В случае же необходимости применения вторичных методов заводнения.
In case we use the secondary methods, for example, watering and injecting good waters, do you think there is an option of using multi-bore wells? If so, then when and where? We're talking about, what are we talking, just to clarify, we're talking about water flood influx when? Anytime we're using it, actually. Yes, we thought about it. And of course, we selected areas without any wells after water flood influx, water injection. We did not change the development net. If change it, then, well, there might be limitations for this kind of wells. I also wanted to underline that the efficiency of this kind of wells is actually, those are efficient because those are very complex, right? When you start working quickly, the efficiency is coming down. That's why we were thinking about Achimov, for example, Achimov field as the simple ones, right? Because we wanted to use them to verify the hypothesis that we could just drill it in the first place, even though a lot of resources is spent on the preliminary stage. And well, when we
еще дороже.
There will be another story when we proceed with the deeper laying Achimov deposits, well, because we will need to be drilling even more. Thank you very much. Though there is a complication with water injection. Thank you. We proceed with the next presentation by Chief Engineer and Developer OMV Exploration Production, Hadi Handizadeh, collector modeling and increasing of the value in the uncertain conditions, please.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Hadi Handizadeh. The topic of my presentation is reservoir modeling and value maximizing of field redevelopments under uncertainty. Next slide, please. The objective of this project has been to redevelop a supermature oil field. This field is the ATH in the Matzen area around Vienna. The production has started in 1951. Water injection started in 1968. The current production is around 120 to 130 tons per day. And the current water cut is around 96 to 97%. Next slide, please. In order to capture the uncertainty, we have parameterized all the variables that they were going to be involved in the dynamic simulation. These variables were like viscosity of oil, fluid contacts, aquifer volumes, permeability ranges, and nearly all the variables that they were going to be involved in the real perm calculations with the query functions. And we have used uniform distribution for all these parameters. Next slide, please. This slide shows the workflow that we have used in the history matching of this field. Basically, we tried to do two things. First, reducing the number of geological models, and secondly, to have dynamic reduction of the model of the problem, which in turn would help us to simplify the problem. In the first step, we used streamline simulation, which is a simplified physics for the dynamic response. We used it for over 1,400 static geomodels. We used water, which is incompressible, and it's a single phase. We introduced injectors, dummy injectors and producers, and we tried to see whether some geological models were not coping with this injection and production. Some of them were dropped in this step. In the next step, we introduced tracers. We did tracer forecasting, and with the tracer forecasting, we used it in clustering the geological models in the multi-dimensional space in the step number 3. This clustering, which themselves are geological models, were fed into the fourth step, which we used the intersect simulation engine. And we used the differential evolution method with a couple of steps. We tried to minimize the objective function error. The surviving ensemble were, at the end, were 62 static models, which we decided to use it in 100 simulation runs. These 100 simulation runs, they are 100 intersect standalone simulation runs, but with different parameter ranges. This is what we called it a final ensemble. Next slide, please. On the left-hand side, you see the result of these 100 simulation runs. The green dots in the middle is the historical data from the oil rate. You see that the simulation runs, that they are bracketing the historical data. On the right-hand side, which is the same plot as the left one, we are just showing the simulation runs in a probabilistic way. The red band in the middle is the P10, P50, P90 case, and we see that the historical data in most of the history is lying on this red band, meaning that we have captured the uncertainty in the history. Next slide, please. After the history match, we have moved to forecasting. Of course, the first step is to run an no further activity case, NFA case. On the left-hand side, you see the yellow curve is the NFA case, and the green case is a scenario. It's a redevelopment case with drilling new wells and start injecting polymer into the reservoir. On the right-hand side, you see the incremental of that scenario to the NFA. And we use this incremental volume to feed it into the economics. Next slide, please. So we have run over 140 different scenarios, and these 140 different scenarios, they are unique in one or other characteristics. We have changed the polymer injection duration. We have changed the polymer concentration, like 1,500 ppm, 2,000, 2,500 ppm. Injection duration 6, 8, 10, 12, or 15 years of polymer injection, or what has been the well spacing between the wells. So we use this, the result of the forecast. We fed it into a Python tool which calculated the economics for us. It used the Bayesian economics, and the result of the economics were fed into an artificial intelligence tool. My colleague, Mr. Thorsten Clemens, explained this in the morning session. This tool basically uses the Markov decision process, and it basically gives us the highest profitable scenario. And this is what has been the objective of this exercise. So please pay attention that not all the time the highest oil production gives the highest profitable case, because we have been changing the costs for each scenario differently. We had different number of wells drilled, different well length we had. So each case had different costs associated with it. And this process basically selected the highest profitable case for us. Next slide, please. This is an example of the economics that we have done. From left to right, we have increased the polymer injection duration into the reservoir, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, and 15 years. As you can see, and on the y-axis, we have expected monetary value. As you can see, somewhere between 10 to 12 years, we are maximizing the expected monetary value. And this is what has been used for the final development scenario. Next slide, please. As we can see that the uncertainty is part of the project, the redevelopment project, and we can only basically tackle this or cover the uncertainty is to use model ensembles. So we have used 100 single models. We called it final ensemble, and this one, it allows us to cover the uncertainty in the forecast for us. And then in order to maximize the profitability, we couple this ensemble with the economical tool and artificial intelligence tool, which calculated the economics for us, and the artificial intelligence tools basically selected the highest profitable case for us. At the end, what we saw, the initial expected monetary value calculation was 30% less, or at the end, we could achieve 30% more by changing many different parameters in the reservoir and in the development scenarios. And this could have been only achieved by using the integrated probabilistic forecasting, economical evaluation, and decision analysis. Next slide, and that is all. Ready to answer questions.
Mr. Hadi, спасибо большое.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hadi. Thank you for sharing so openly your experience. Thank you for OMV, for your experience in redevelopment. I completely agree with your conclusions. Not always bigger volumes of oil equals better financial results, right? Thank you very much for underlining the importance of using this probability instruments, economic instruments that were demonstrated in the morning. We really value that a lot from the point of view of exchanging our experiences. And Russian companies are also interested in this kind of instruments. Thank you for your presentation.
Коллеги, переходим дальше. Следующий доклад.
Let's proceed. Next presentation Next presentation will be on how to manage geological and geophysical information. Mr. Burlakov, Deputy Director General for Scientific and Methodological Operations, Energy Consulting, Digital Solutions, please. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you for giving me the floor, and thank you for giving me the chance to present our view on how to build an informational platform that would manage geological and geophysical and field information, and how to use that for hydrocarbon production in a vertically integrated oil and gas holding company. This is achieved by significantly reducing transaction costs for obtaining information and information uncertainty when making responsible decisions. The proposed solution was born in the course of our implementation of a certain project in Department 307 in subsidiary of Gazprom company. As a result of it, we worked in close cooperation with different subsidiaries on the different levels, from employees of ITC and production departments to the specialists in the administration of the company. The current state of the content of geological, geophysical, and field information and the related managemental information in the Gazprom Group can be described as following. Well, first, the information, the data is very fragmented, it's heterogeneous in context and non-equivalent of geological and geophysical and field information. There is a lack of information on the same geological and technological facilities. There is a lack of operational cross-accessibility of data, and for the upper levels of management, there is limited opportunities for data exchange between subsidiary companies, and as a consequence, it's very difficult to make any cross-content analytics across the entire holding. Also, I want to mention the lack of any standards for data preparation that ends up in its incompleteness and inconsistency. Of course, it's possible to work in these conditions, but without any breakthrough approaches to big data analytics, machine learning, and other innovations, we will not be able to achieve digital transformation. Therefore, one of the important directions in the field of prospecting, exploration, and development of field is to create a unified information space of geological, geophysical, and field data. This common information space should be the common information space is more or less a set of corporate informational content, a set of specialized software tools for its processing, of unified rules and standards for information handling based on a unified ontological data model, as well as the establishment of corporate data maintenance and control centers. Both primary information coming from production and secondary information from modeling, analytical, and other processing systems, as well as aggregated information and documents, are in the very center of this system. The space is a trusted information environment where relevance, reliability, unambiguity, operational availability, and security of data prevail. It's always possible to analyze consolidated information about the assets. Finally, it's a geographically distributed, valuable, knowledge-intensive, intangible asset that consolidates information and knowledge obtained as a result of many years of work of plenty intellectual and specialists. The structure of this space are determined by the ontological model of data. It determines the composition and the relations between the types and kinds of indicators and parameters characterizing the subject area. At this slide, you can see that ontological data model brings together multiple subject layers of a business process. For each of the levels, one needs to build the component of ontological model and then connect them. For this, we need to develop unique mechanisms of information aggregation for each level. In developing the model, we need to take into account existing international recommendations and develop corporate standards for the circulation of information. So that is not an easy task. For the proper operation of this unique informational platform, it is proposed to build an informational software platform. That platform will ensure the collection, storage, and movement of information in accordance with the needs of business process. The main practical use of this space, this platform, is to forecast production and economic indicators, as well as geological and tech parameters using the so-called digital twins and digital models. Who are the consumers of information? Well, the forecasting and decision-making processes at every level of production hierarchy. Each level of information movement corresponds to software tools for information of activity processes. Next slide. We propose the following architecture. This architecture makes it possible to connect digital twins and digital models to data warehouses in a modular fashion as microservices through structurally similar software connectors. While remaining conservative and slightly modifiable in terms of its functions, the platform still will allow building up and modifying the applied functional systems connected to it. This is a completely different approach in comparison with what was previously used in Gazprom's information and management systems, where each database were built separately and different in their structure. Thus, we really step away from integration of independent system, and we end up with a complex of systems that always operate within the unified information space. Any applied functionality will use a single pool of data, which will evolve and be refined. Already now, it is possible to be guided by the needs of existing systems of geological and geophysical modeling, including the Russian developers, implemented in many subsidiaries. There are plenty of them in oil and gas industry. There is an important note that should be made. One should not separate the implementation of data collection and storage tasks and the implementation of systems where these data are used for modeling and analytics. Such a separation will not give the expected synergetic effect. These tasks should be implemented in parallel, feeding each other with solutions and results. So, the unified platform will include the functionality of common interoperability with automated business process functions, and the main groups of functions in doing so will be subject area data management functions and software constructor of building connectors for data collection and provisioning, automated information direction in accordance with the trajectories of information flows in the business process, as well as typical data analytics functions that would include big data analysis and machine learning mechanisms. And here we have to understand and underline that the information should flow around all the manufacturing vertical. A distinctive feature of the architecture of the platform is territorial distribution of storages and databases. The most up-to-date IT tools make it possible to build the so-called hyper-convergent architecture. That would be an integrated solution that combines spatially distributed resources across corporate organization, and it brings it all together into a single infrastructure pool. Software will allow to unite and centrally manage all available corporate infrastructure resources. Such architecture makes it possible to work with the concept of distributed data mesh, where individual groups of data can be managed as a whole, despite their physical spatial separation. To manage the content and quality of information, one will need to involve the most competent operators in each subject area. This existing domestic solution of mail group, for example, can be used to create and manage a hyper-converged infrastructure. In our opinion, this approach that I just presented can be considered and included in Gazprom's digital transformation strategy. And we also believe that answers the digital transformation of Russian Federation strategy. The pilot project could be developed and implemented within 2 years. Unfortunately, I do not have enough time to show you any interesting features and possibilities of this solution. I thus conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Константин Юрьевич, спасибо большое за вот такой фундаментальный доклад.
Thank you, Konstantin, for such a fundamental presentation.
Некоторые тезисы, которые...
Some of your ideas
В том числе вот тезис про модульность,
echoed
при этом сохранить...
your idea about the creation of a model, the maintenance of a single informational system in comparison to our methods that we used in the past. I completely agree with you. We also follow this concept and we are going to build a unified digital or information platform. And I support your idea about distributed infrastructure. You share the name of one company, and I guess that it makes sense to continue to communicate with it in order to create the center of geophysical information of Gazprom Nedra. This is one of the centers which we are going to create in the future. So I will be happy to meet with you in the future and discuss the opportunities for further development. Thank you very much for your detailed presentation once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming closer to the final part of our work. And I hand over to Mr. Dvoynikov from St. Petersburg Mining University, the scientific head of Arctica Scientific Center, who is going to speak about the development of conceptual solutions for offshore facilities in the Arctic. Hello, dear colleagues. It's really pleasant for me that you have given me an opportunity to speak at this event. And today I would like to tell you a little bit about our center and how we cooperate with Gazprom company. So what focal points we have, how we cooperate, how we develop scientific activity together. We participate in exploration works in Siberia, and today I'd like to tell you what we plan for the offshore facilities in the Arctic. So I would like to show you slide 2 of my presentation. These are the main areas of focus for the Arctic Center. There's another area of focus which is related to the Antarctic. I just wanted to briefly tell you that we support an important project on the implementation of measures to drill and construct a new well. You know that 5G well was constructed there in 2012. That lake at the depth of 3 kilometers and 600 meters was opened. We took the drilling samples in order to create the model of the climate on planet Earth. The Mining University is one of the operators for the drilling of a new hole. The point of drilling will be determined soon, and in the next 5 years, together with the Institute of Arctic and Antarctic, we will organize drilling operations in the Antarctic. I just wanted to let you know that the Mining University works not only in the north, but also in the south, just for you to know about it. As far as the drilling of boreholes is concerned, we have a number of R&D activities. We're working together with Gazprom company. We develop systems for isolation, and we have a completely scientific and methodological approach. We have received the samples of soil in order to analyze the physical and geological indicators. We want not only to develop a chemical element for reactions. We want to have a completely scientific approach in order not only to develop the means, but to better understand the problem. How can we avoid the costs for the construction of heavy structures during drilling? This is exactly the challenge we are facing today. Another big area of focus is related to the management of sites. When we continue to work in Chimginskaya field, where we fight against gas hydrates, we think about the opportunities to develop impact on the deposits, how to clean the deposits from the hydrates. We are about to create a laboratory in order to develop gas hydrate deposits. We also develop technologies to utilize CO2 and use CO2 as an instrument to extract methane when developing gas hydrate deposits. Another problem is related to hydrogen technologies. We're working according to the decree of the government of Russia. In the next 2 years, we are going to perform some testing operations in the test field. It's called Sablina, and there we are going to make several wells to check the products, to give necessary certificates, and we're going to test several hydrogen technologies, opportunities to transport hydrogen-containing gas along Gazprom pipelines. These are the projects being developed and discussed with the Ministry of Industry and Trade of Russia. On the next slide, I just wanted to show you our laboratories. These are the laboratories which are available for our university. Quite a lot of filtration devices, various equipment to restore collectors' properties after drilling in course of the well exploration. The laboratories work according to API standards and Russian GOST and ISO standards. On the next slide, I just wanted to show you our scientific activity. This is all we do when we develop new models. So you can see that we do geomechanic modeling. We have a center of tectonic and oil and gas fields. We have quite a big block of activity where we work together with Department 308 to check the saturation of salt deposits. What happens with the deposits in case of cold weather? If you take Leningrad region and if you provide gas, then what kind of devices you can use in various seasons of the year? These are all the areas of focus for our activity. And on the next slide, I just want to show you a little bit more about the Arctics. So you can see that we can create new systems of monitoring, control, and further creation of island constructions. This is for Kruzensternskaya field. This scientific work and further construction operations are related to the fact that hopefully in winter time, hopefully in November 2022, we'll do it. We will monitor the holes. We are going to drill small assessment wells, so geological structural drilling with sampling of core will be performed. We are going to have a four-party agreement between R&D Institute, company dealing with the mechanical assessment of ice properties, Gubkin University and our universities. So Gubkin University will be participating in the project under the leadership of a colleague of mine. And what can we assess here? On the pictures that you can see on the slide now, you can see that we are going to use special sensors. They will be located closer to the bottom, and inside of them there will be a set of equipment which will check the concentration of gas. They will also check temperature and pressure, everything what happens in the bottom gas. In addition to that, I'd like to tell you that it's an all-year-round monitoring, which will allow us to assess different types of currents. You know that some of the surveys were performed 15 years ago during Arctic expeditions. They do not allow us to survey the situation in shallow water with a depth of 4 or 5 meters. The ships cannot go there, so we can use this type of devices to monitor the situation. So as an drilling expert, I can tell you that if you have to drill 15 or 20 kilometers away from the shore, you need to ensure a certain efficiency, and it's quite complicated to achieve a certain level of performance and efficiency. That's why you have to focus on construction. On the next slide, I want to show you the scheme of pile installation. We are working together with the Department of Gazprom, and this scheme is being checked right now. So we are going to have modules and piles. We are going to use them not offshore, but in the area which is completely covered with water. We are going to put loading on it and check how it works in ice conditions in Karar Sea. So we will monitor the situation in the shale water. So we will check our devices firstly here, and then after that we will start with the construction, because we will know what currents we have in water, what kind of movement the ice performs. So we will create a frame made of pipes. This is the kind of foundation. We will pump in CO2, and this is also the use of CO2. We can take hydrogen and we can use CO2 in order to pump it in, so we can build it in winter period of time. So we pump in CO2 in spring, and in summertime this construction will be maintained as an island surrounded by water. You have only 1 minute left. All right. So basically that was all I wanted to tell you. I have explained the system to you, and now we are working together with our partners in polar fields, onshore and offshore. These are the types of pipes we can use. We know that there are certain challenges, and in order to tackle the challenges, I'm going to work together with Gazprom Добыча. We try to understand how we can make measurements and how we can avoid problems related to safety and the use of equipment as part of the network. So we are going to use hydrogen technologies and cryostens in order to check how this type of equipment will work in conditions from -90 and up to 100 degrees. We will check how the natural structure of rock will use and how it will behave. The existing models of permafrost can be corrected so you can better forecast for the future and you can better know how the permafrost will behave in the conditions of climate change. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dvoynikov. I'm positively surprised. I haven't talked for a long time with the institutions that not only teach the students but also perform scientific tasks. And I really enjoyed your phrase that you try to resolve business problems with the help of science. You showed us some innovations and cutting-edge technologies. I'm sure we are going to meet in the future to check how your solutions can be integrated in our midterm and long-term plans. So right now, I would like to offer one possible integration. You spoke about laboratories, drilling laboratories to determine the quality and the type of cement used. Think about deeper integration with business. You can create some kind of services, or you can create field laboratories working in different fields so that the science is there where the production is made and better knows, and the science could be aware of all the challenges that the business face. Okay, thank you very much, dear colleagues. I think that we can draw conclusions of session 2 of our conference. We heard detailed and multifaceted presentation focused not only on drilling but also seismic survey, exploration works, various aspects of scientific activity. I believe that the presentations were wider in terms of their content than what was written in the name of our session. But all in all, I think that we were talking about scientific, practical, and productive sides. There are some products that are ready to be sold from commercial point of view. And that is also one of the goals of our conference, to promote commercial products, to show and to promote the capabilities of different companies. I would like to thank you for your open and detailed presentation. Thank you for your exciting and really bright speeches. I wish you all a lot of success in the future in your scientific and business activity. All the best. Thank you. Goodbye.